Okay, we will go ahead and call the May 20th meeting of the Planning and Zoning Commission to order. Can we have the roll call, please?
Andre Spinelli.
Here.
Jared Gardner.
Here.
Radhika Krishna. Here. Jim Winchester.
Here.
Scott Pullis.
Here.
Jeff Ron.
Here.
Brandy Eber. Here. Daniel George.
Here.
Greg Strike will be about 15 minutes late. You have a quorum. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to approve the minutes? It's moved by Commissioner Pullis, seconded by Commissioner Eber. Are any discussion or corrections on the minutes? Hearing none, the minutes are approved. Any disclosures?
Yes,
Commissioner George.
Thank you to the chair. This is sort of a future effective disclosure. Since our last meeting, my colleagues at the nonprofit 501c3 Federation of Community Councils, of which I'm a delegate, have seen fit to choose to have me serve as their vice chair beginning in July. So for a one-year term, I've been selected as the vice chair of the Federation of Community Councils. That's a non-paid position.
Okay, I do not believe you have a conflict that would prevent you from participating. Is there any objections to that? Seeing none. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Two disclosures. First, I was absent from the March 18th meeting, but I have listened to the audio of case 2024-0006 when it was initially heard and can participate as such, or would like to participate as such. My second disclosure, also in regards to that case, case number 2024-0006, agenda item E1 on tonight's agenda. Personal item, my spouse, as I've disclosed before, sits on the executive committee for the Rogers Park Community Council. That community council did submit a resolution with respect to that case. I was not involved in that resolution, but would like to disclose it nonetheless. Thanks.
I think we'll be happy to have you participate. Commissioner Eber.
I was absent from the April 8th meeting and will abstain from resolutions 2024-009 and 2024-011.
Commissioner Krishna.
Yes, in case 2024-0041, the petitioner in that case, the Alaska Railroad, a representative from the Alaska Railroad sits on the board of the organization I work for and has contributed financially in the past, but I don't have any financial or other interest in this particular case. So I'm happy to participate if the commission sees fit.
I don't believe you have a conflict, but if any commissioners disagree, please speak now. Nope. Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. I was also absent from the April 8th meeting and will not be participating in resolutions 2024-009 through 2024-011.
Thank you. Commissioner Winchester.
Yes, I was absent from the April meeting also and will not be participating in resolutions 2024-009 through 2024-011 on the consent agenda.
Okay. Well, we will move on to case 2024-0050, context-sensitive solution, transportation project. Can we please have the staff presentation?
Yes, thank you, Chair Spinelli. This project will improve Academy Drive and Vanguard Drive to better accommodate pedestrian and traffic demands. The project may include roadway realignment, intersection improvements, drainage improvements, right-of-way acquisitions, utility relocations, pedestrian improvements, accessibility improvements, and roadside hardware. Members of the project team are available for questions on the concept report. However, this concept report is an information item, and the Commission shall take no formal action tonight. The concept report is to familiarize the commission with the project, and it's distributed prior to the submittal of the 35% level design study report, abbreviated as DSR, and that will be reviewed by the Planning and Zoning Commission at a meeting in the future. Thank you.
Are there any questions from the commission? Seeing none, we will move on to informational item case 2021-0031. Can we please have staff presentation?
Yes, thanks, Chair Spinelli. So this information item is to inform the commission that the Lois Drive and West 32nd Avenue upgrades are now two separate projects. This is because of a change in funding sources. The commission approved of the design study report, or DSR, for Lois Drive and West 32nd Avenue as one project. That was with case 2021-0031. Both projects are expected to follow the alternative that was approved in the DSR. CRW Engineering is the contractor working on Lois Drive on behalf of the Municipality of Anchorage Project Management and Engineering, or PM&E. CRW Engineering included an informational memorandum on the status of the project. Lois Drive will still follow the alternative approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission in the DSR review. That included a 6-foot wide sidewalk on one side of the roadway, a 10-foot wide pathway on the other side of the roadway, 2 10-foot drive lanes, 5-foot vegetative buffers on each side, and approximately 5.5 feet for curb and shoulder. That's for a typical section. The Lois Drive project will move forward to the plans in hand, 65% design review, and that'll be by the Urban Design Commission in the future. AMATS will now manage the upgrades for West 32nd Avenue, and that project is just getting underway and no substantial work has been completed yet. There will be a similar informational memorandum provided to the commission when it's available for that project. So no action is necessary from the commission tonight, just explaining that the Lois Drive and West 32nd project you approved previously is now two separate projects, but still following the alternative that you selected. Thank you, and I'm available for questions.
Are there any questions? Seeing none, we will move on to the consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve the consent agenda? It's moved by Commissioner Pullis, seconded by Commissioner Krishna. Would anybody like to pull anything for discussion? Seeing nobody, if there are no objections, the consent agenda is approved. Now we will move on to unfinished business and our public hearing items, and I believe we will have a motion to combine some cases and reorder the agenda. Commissioner Pullis, would you like to state your motion?
I move to reorder the agenda to hear item E1, case 2024-0006, after item G5, case 2024-0067, and to combine these two cases, and to combine cases 2024-002 and 2024-0003.
That's seconded by Commissioner Krishna. Any discussion on this item? We'll go ahead and vote. Or no objection, that motion passes. Okay, so that takes us to case 2024-002 and case 2024-003, and I will read So the procedures by which the public may speak to the commission at its meeting is, after the staff presentation is completed on public hearing items, the chair will ask for public testimony on the issue. Persons who wish to testify will follow the time limits established in the commission rules and procedures. Petitioners, including including his or her representatives, will receive 10 minutes. On combined cases, this time will be doubled. They will receive 20. Representative groups, community councils, PTAs, et cetera, will receive 5 minutes. On the combined cases, that will be 10, and individuals will receive 3 minutes. That will be 6 on combined cases. When your testimony is complete, you may be asked questions by the commission. You may only testify once on any issue unless questioned by the commission. Any party of interest wishing to appeal shall first file with the planning director within 7 days of the commission's decision made on the record a written notice of intent to appeal in accordance with AMC 2103-050A4A. Commission recommendations to the Anchorage Assembly are not appealable. Following approval of the written findings of facts and decision, any party of interest may within 20 days file an appeal by filing a notice of appeal and paying the appeal fee and deposit in accordance with Section 2103-050. The notice of appeal must be filed with the planning director on the form prescribed by the municipality. If the appellant is not the applicant, the appellant's notice of appeal shall include proof of service on the applicant. Can we please have the staff presentation on cases 2024-0002 and 2024-0003?
Hi, I will give the staff report for case 2024-003. So that is the conditional use. And then my colleague Paul will give the staff report for 2024-002. That is for the variance. So case 2024-003, that's the request for approval of a conditional use for New Vision Credit Union, a financial institution within the I-2 or heavy industrial district. New Vision Credit Union plans to relocate a branch from inside the Abbott Road Cars grocery store to a nearby vacant building. The vacant building was previously used as a clinic for health services that was a legally non-conforming use, also known as a use with grandfather rights. The change of use to a financial institution is not legally non-conforming and therefore must obtain approval of the conditional use from the Planning and Zoning Commission. There were no objections from reviewing agencies or the members of the public to the conditional use, and the department finds that all 9 review criteria are met for the Planning and Zoning Commission to approve of the conditional use. I will just briefly summarize those criteria from the staff report. Criterion 1 is met with conditions of approval. The proposed use is consistent with the comprehensive plan and all applicable provisions of Title 21. The conditions of approval address Title 21 provisions. The land use plan does demarcate the site to be part of a targeted area rezone from the I-2 heavy industrial district to the B3 general business district. This rezone has not yet occurred. There's a lack of authorization from the rezoning from all property owners. However, when that targeted rezoning does occur, financial institutions would be permitted instead of being a conditional use. So this is consistent with the long-term vision of the property and surrounding area. Criterion 2 is met. The proposed use is consistent with the purpose and intent of the zoning district. The I-2 district purpose includes some commercial uses that may be conditionally allowed. This property locates the financial institution in an established commercial center and does not take away from the supply of industrial lands. I think I got it where I'm not giving some background noise when I speak now. Criterion 3 is met with conditions of approval. Approval condition 2 requires the variance for the financial institution to be over 5,000 square feet, so that'll be addressed in the second case tonight. And then approval condition 3 requires a change of use permit for the addition of the drive-through, and that'll prompt a land use review of the drive-through. Criterion 4 is met. The site size, dimensions, shape, location, and topography are adequate for the use. New vision will remodel an existing building. Criterion 5 is met. The proposed use will not alter the character of the surrounding area. The building is located in a large commercial center. Criterion 6 is met. The proposed use is compatible with uses allowed on adjacent properties. There are no adjacent residential properties. Criterion 7 is met. No adverse impacts are anticipated to result from the use. Criterion 8 is met. The proposed use is appropriately located with respect to the existing transportation system. It's within an existing commercial center and building. And Criterion 9 is met. The use is appropriately located with respect to existing facilities and services. Therefore, the department recommends approval of New Vision's conditional use request for a financial institution within the I-2 district, subject to conditions 1 through 3 in the staff report. Thank you.
Commissioner Krishna.
Yeah, the variance is, are financial institutions allowed to be greater than 5,000 feet in the B3 district? This is an I-2 requirement, it sounds like?
Yes, Commissioner Krishna, maybe I should say no. So financial institutions in any zoning district are not allowed to be over 5,000 square feet without this variance.
Okay, thank you. I think my question is about why we're here looking at a conditional use instead of a rezone to B3. Was that considered so that that could have been done without a cost to the applicant?
Commissioner Krishna, the planning department actually did send out some letters about, I want to say a year or two ago, to try to implement the targeted area rezone, but we did not get the consent of the property owner. That was described in the staff report as far as the planning department's implementation. And then this one, I don't recall. I believe it had to do with perhaps the surrounding owners. Sorry, I'm trying to recollect the pre-application. I think my recollection is that the property is too small if you were to just rezone that parcel. So you could not rezone just that parcel to B3 because the surrounding area is I2. So there was not an option where you could just rezone that parcel. You would have to also rezone the parcels adjacent to it.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gardner.
I have maybe kind of a related question, and I see the packet references a letter describing the targeted area rezone that I don't have in front of me, but I was, and I may be thinking about this incorrectly, but my question is, to the extent that you're waiting for approval from some property owners to complete that broader targeted area rezone, is there a point where, or is it possible to move forward with that and just leave those particular owners out so that if there are other property owners that are looking to, make a change, they wouldn't need to go through this process one by one?
Yeah, Commissioner Gardner, the targeted area rezone is still part of the land use plan, so it's still part of the comprehensive plan. I suppose we could look at it in a different way, maybe a smaller section, because we did not get enough feedback from property owners that they wanted this rezone, because the code states you have to have a certain number of property owners who want the rezone. So it's possible, but for this particular project, the change would not happen in time for them to build this summer.
Sure, thank you.
Let the record reflect that Commissioner Strike has joined us. He's very sorry. There's no more questions for staff. We will now ask for the petitioner's presentation.
Just a point of order that we still have the variance case.
Okay, let's do that.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a request for design variance from AMC 2105050F2 II to allow a financial institution to exceed the maximum gross floor area of 5,000 square feet allowed in the I-2 heavy industrial district. Financial institutions are a permitted use within the I-2 district through the acquisition of a conditional use permit. However, use-specific standards for financial institution limit the gross floor area to 5,000 square feet, therefore requiring the need to acquire a design variance for this existing structure to retain its current size of 5,835 square feet. In order for the Planning and Zoning Commission to approve the variance, the application must state with particularity the relief sought and must specify that facts or circumstances that are alleged to show that the application substantially meets the following 8 standards. Standard A, the proposed alternative achieves the intent of the subject design standard to the same or better degree than the subject standard. The existing structure is approximately 4,998 square feet on the first floor, falling just under the maximum 5,000 square feet allowed in the I-2 district. The overage in square footage is located completely in the supporting second floor level at 837 square feet. This area is set back from all sides of the first level floor, creating a stepped or terraced look, reducing the massing of the structure from the ground level. This area also contains most of the mechanical equipment, placing it within the structure instead of being visible from the outside, similar to structures in the area. This existing design has created additional square footage, but has provided a better degree to the subject standard by improving the visual look and reduced massing of the structure. Standard B, the proposed alternative achieves the goals and policies of the comprehensive plan to the same or better degree than the subject standard. Standard B is met. The site is designed as town center, as Elizabeth noted, per the 2020 Anchorage Bowl Comprehensive Plan Land Use Policy Map and per the 2040 Anchorage Land Use Plan map. This designation provides a focal point of activity for a group of neighborhoods and the regional heart for major parts of the bowl. Town centers will serve as destinations for shopping, entertainment, and services in cohesive pedestrian-friendly urban settings. One of the proposed uses for the town center is a financial service. Standard C is met. The proposed alternative results in benefits to the community that are equivalent to or better than compliance with subject standard. Relocating the financial institution to this existing larger structure will provide a facility capable of serving more of the community and a drive-through teller system currently not available at this location. Standard D, the variance if granted will not adversely affect the use of adjacent property as permitted under this code. Standard D is met. The structure has been in this location since 2013. When it was constructed as a health services facility, the change of use to a financial institution will not adversely affect the use of the adjacent property as permitted. Standard E, the variance if granted does not change the character of the zoning district where the property is located, is in keeping with the intent of the code, and does not permit a use not otherwise permitted in the district in which the property lies. Standard E is met. The proposed use does not change the character of the zoning district or the intent of the code. A financial institution is allowed within the I-2 zoning district by acquiring a conditional use permit. Standard F, persons with disabilities are provided with access as required by the Americans with Disabilities Act and reasonable accommodation. Standard F is met. The structure was constructed in 2011 with the required ADA accommodations at the time of construction. Modifications to the structure and site are maintaining the required ADA accommodation and proposing additional improvements. The site currently has 2 ADA parking stalls and sidewalks within the site. The proposed site plan has 2 ADA parking stalls and new walkways connecting this facility to the sidewalk along the west property line and to the northeast striped parking lot crossing to the south side of Carr's grocery store. The addition of a drive-through at this location will improve access for those who have limited or reduced mobility. Standard G, the variance if granted does not adversely affect the health, safety, and welfare of the people of the municipality. Standard G is met. This variance improves the health, safety, and welfare by providing better pedestrian ingress and egress to the site, along with the installation of a drive-through as part of the site improvements. Standard H, in evaluating the request for a sign, Standard H is met and is not applicable due to this variance request not being related to signs. Reviewing agencies' comments are included in attachment 3, starting on page 49 of your packet. There were no objections to this variance. Therefore, the department recommends approval of the variance subject to the following conditions 1 through 3 found on page 6 of your staff packet. I can answer any questions that the commission may have.
See no. We have no questions, I believe. Computer's acting funny. So now we'll have the petitioner's presentation.
Is it working? All right, my name is Kaylee Thompson. I am with Scope Permitting and Engineering representing New Vision Credit Union. One, thank you, Elizabeth and Paul, for all your hard work on this. And I really appreciate you guys bringing up the targeted rezone because this is actually our second case within the area that we were hoping this rezone would take place, but it hasn't currently. And so therefore we are going through the process, but we're hoping that this is the last time for people in this area that have to do that. But I just wanted to say thank you guys all for being here. The 800 extra square feet, kind of what Paul touched on, is that most of that area is a mechanical, electrical room. So realistically, most of the area of the financial institution is under the 5,000 square feet and does meet that. And secondly, we believe that it meets all the conditions for the conditional use, so we are hoping you guys move to approve this for us tonight. So if you guys have any questions, just let me know. Thank you.
I see no questions. So we will now open the public hearing. Anyone wishing to speak on this item, please come forward. Seeing no one, we will allow the petitioner your 18 minutes and 50 seconds of rebuttal if you would like it. No? So we will close the public hearing. Are there any final questions of the commission? What is the will of the body? Commissioner Gardner, would you like to state your motion?
Sure, thank you. I move in case 2024-0003 to approve a conditional use for a financial institution within the I-2 Heavy Industrial District, subject to the conditions shown on pages 7 and 8 of the staff report.
Seconded by Commissioner George. Commissioner Gardner, would you like to speak to your motion?
Just briefly, I think this meets the criteria for the reasons set forth in the staff packet, including that this area has been designated for a targeted area rezone to B3, which would permit the financial institution, and it seems like a no-brainer for a business in the area that's looking to expand to a nearby available property.
Anybody else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, we will call for the vote. That motion passes. Commissioner Gardner, would you like to state your motion?
I move in case 2024-0002 to approve a variance from AMC 2105-050F to B2 to allow a financial institution to exceed the maximum gross floor area allowed in the I-2 district, subject to conditions shown on page 6 of the staff report.
That's seconded by Commissioner Eber. Commissioner Gardner, would you like to speak to your motion?
Again, just briefly, I think this pretty clearly meets the applicable approval criteria for the reasons set forth in the staff packet. This is a small amount over the maximum size, and that amount is on a second floor, set back from the main body, and will house mechanical equipment that would otherwise be visually obtrusive. And I guess I'll also just note briefly that there were no comments received from the public in the packet or testimony this evening.
Anybody else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. Motion passes. Thank you. Okay, that brings us to case 2024-0041. Can we please have the staff presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. This is a conditional use permit for a 115-foot mine camouflage telecommunication tower located just southeast of the new Seward Highway and Portage Glacier Highway intersection within Alaska Railroad right-of-way. This site will be 50 by 50, leased area, roughly 2,500 square feet, capable of housing 4 cell phone carriers. This area is within the municipality of Anchorage, is currently not covered with reliable wireless coverage. The proposed telecommunication facility will be a vital piece of infrastructure, providing reliable wireless coverage and improved safety. The site will take access off of an existing driveway from Portage Glacier Highway, which is a state-owned road. A pre-application conference was held on January 3rd, 2024, in accordance with AMC 21-03-080C2. A community meeting was held online on January 30th, 2024, in accordance with 21-03-080C3. 33 public hearing notices were mailed on April 25th, 2024. As of this writing, no responses have been received from the public. The Portage Valley Community Council did not provide comments. Municipal reviewing agencies have no objection to the conditional use for a 115-foot monopine telecommunication tower. There is one comment from Flood Hazard regarding the proposed elevation of support equipment. Their comments are attached and can be found starting on page 87 of your staff packet. The Planning and Zoning Commission may approve a conditional use application if, in the judgment of the Commission, all of the following 9 criteria have been met in all material matters. Planning staff found at the time of writing the staff report 8 of the 9 standards had been met. The applicant has provided additional information contained in supplementary packet number 1 that satisfies the 9th standard, previously not met in all material matters. Therefore, staff finds that all 9 criteria have been met and recommend approval subject to conditions 1 and 3 on page 13 of the staff packet. I can answer any questions that the Commission may have, and the petitioner's representative is in attendance.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Polis.
I was just trying to understand the camouflaging tower thing. Basically, we've proposed like a big wooden pole, and it's supposed to be a camouflage design instead. Is that what's going on?
Through the chair, Commissioner Paulus, it's actually it looks like a pine tree.
Okay.
So it's the centerpiece is brown. You'll see it in the supplementary. They didn't call it out being brown. They changed that to a wood color, and then it will have branches like a pine tree.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Strike.
Thank you, and through the chair. For the staff, co-location has always been a concern with towers, and is there any nearby alternative towers that suffice for co-location alternative?
Through the chair, Commissioner Strike, in the report, the closest tower is a 40-foot utility pole at the Portage Depot, and it has, again, it's a wood pole, and it's got like 3 antennae on it. So there is a lattice tower there also, but it doesn't have cell communication on it. It's all utility based. I don't know if you know the difference between those two, but it has no cell service on it. It's just all utilities, I'm assuming, for the railroad and DOT and some other stuff like that.
I do know, and through the chair again, I do follow up. I do know that there was a request for a tower, and it met resistance because of the restrictive view for the Seward Highway corridor. and we heard of such a plan here approximately, I'm going to say 4 years ago. So no other poles, no other towers, no other service is serving this area currently then?
Through the chair, Commissioner Strike, no. I believe the one you're talking about that failed or wasn't able to happen was supposed to be possibly in the wilderness area. And so this one, of course, is on the other side of the highway, further up Portage, a little bit further down Portage Glacier Road.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
We'll hear from the petitioner. Would the petitioner like to come forward? You have to press a button until you see a light. Now, please state your name for the record.
My name is Michael Powers. I am an employee and representative of Atlas Tower 1 LLC. It's a tower company which is working in tandem with the various carriers here in Anchorage. And specifically today, we have some representatives of Verizon and GCI here in support of the applicant's proposal. Maybe I'll start with just quickly answering the last question. This site has some long history. Goes back to 2013 and 2014, where the original application was proposed basically where Seward Highway is now with the realignment, and it was closer to the highway, and it was denied. And after that denial, this is going back quite a bit in time, Jerry Weaver was the planning director, and we had his tacit authority to reapply further back into the trees, but that never came to fruition until basically now. So this just some history on the site. Staff report was really thorough and probably took quite a bit of time to go through. So I'm going to just quickly go through some highlights just for the record. The project is a proposal for a 15-foot monopine tower, which will have a capacity to potentially hold even as many as 4 full telecommunication co-locations. So it not only does it have that capacity, but also based on the unique position in this rural area, we believe its coverage is going to be substantially better than many of the other towers that are already functioning 2, 4, and 8 miles away from this site headed into the area of Anchorage. None of the existing towers in the vicinity can provide adequate solutions for capacity or coverage in this area. Just wanted to put that on the record, but it's in the staff report. The site was designed to meet your comprehensive code in terms of increasing coverage and speed network. It's network speeds, increasing capacity for emergency service and responders. That's a big one for this area. I drove down to the proposed site today, and noticed how many how many smashes into the guardrails there are on that area of the road. There's definitely a need for better 911 and emergency service responder communication. And obviously there's a constant need for telecommunications for all sorts of users of that area, including Chugach Electric, which has got a very aggressive sort of build out that they've been working on for a long time. we do believe it's a good benefit for the area. In terms of the Anchorage zoning applicability, we did design it for four tower co-location. The height is 150 feet. We met setback. We worked with staff on all of the details to make sure that we were not asking for any variances from your code. We provided a coverage service, basically RF maps. They're kind of hard to read unless you go into your own packet because the colors are sort of difficult to discern, but obviously because there isn't good coverage there for any of the carriers, this will be a drastic improvement for the community. I'm going to skip the basic construction design details, but if anyone has any questions, I'd happily talk about those types of items. And I do want to emphasize also that this location was very extensively studied in terms of where can we go to provide the coverage that in this significant gap in coverage for both Verizon and GCI in this area. And this was the location that works the best for this area. And it took a long time to get to this point where we could bring to you an application that is basically meeting the code and also meeting all of the goals for Verizon and GCI. With that, I think I will save any time I have remaining for any questions that the commissioners might have.
Commissioner Pullis.
Do you guys think you'll be able to meet the department recommendations as proposed in the packet, including like the floodplain elevation, getting your support from 2 other providers, and there was one more, I can't remember it, but there was 3 things. You guys not going to have any issues doing that, you think? Oh, changing the tower.
Sorry, some of that was hard to understand.
The 3 requirements, are you guys going to be able to comply with that?
Yes, those are conditions
as proposed?
of approval, yes.
Okay. That was my question, if you guys think you can comply with that. I see no issues there. So, okay. Thank you.
Mr. Hatcher.
Through the chair, Mr. Paulus, those 3 things are actually in your supplementary. So they have the additional, so in the original they only had Verizon, they now have a GCI letter, so they have the 2 carriers. The new plan shows the updated elevation, and the new plans also show the poles actually brown instead of the galvanized color.
Call that satisfied. Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Question about the new services coverage area. In our supplementary packet on page 15, we do have a black and white grayscale. I'm just curious, can you help me understand if new coverage might extend north and east along the Portage Glacier Highway section, perhaps up to and including the Anton Anderson Memorial Tunnel, that Bear Valley area? Is there expectation that there might be coverage expanded to the north and east there?
We did provide RF maps for GCI for this particular, and we have an expert from GCI that can answer your question better than mine.
I would think it would be very difficult if you have just a color, like a black and white
Please state your name for the record.
My name is John Easton, and I'm here with Atlas Tower representing GCI for coverage in this area. I do have a color map here if you would like to see the comparison of the 2 coverages. It's pretty significant, especially, like per snow machiners in the winter. I do snow machine in the valley going up the other direction from Portage Creek. And this will have coverage all the way up that valley. And then also for those jet boats, those mini jet boats that are going up the Portage River, there's essentially no coverage up there with the current configuration, and this would allow anybody up in that valley that's hunting or whatever, recreating, they would have coverage. But if you wouldn't mind, I could give you this map, this color map, and it shows the coverages, the two coverages, and it shows the colors of that will allow for better coverage.
Sure, you can bring it up.
Okay.
But just to clarify, no self-service at the Whittier Tunnel?
No. I don't, yeah. And that map right there shows the two coverages. One's existing, and if you look at those two valleys, you'll see there's essentially no coverage right now currently. And then with the new site, it will put the coverage up both those valleys for outdoor recreation, but also improve the coverage along the highway for 911 and other services. So,
Commissioner Strike.
Thank you, and through the chair. As to coverage, I actually use my cell phone right up to the tunnel and about a third of the way into the tunnel.
Wow.
Now, that was not with Verizon, that was not with GCI, that was with AT&T.
okay.
So I had to throw that out. There is coverage. There's a degree of coverage there. But I want to applaud you for co-locating. I've been on this commission for 10 years and been pursuing, when we have such presentations on cell phone towers, that we co-locate, that we take that effort. And I applaud you for bringing two companies together, co-locating on this single tower right from the beginning. My question to you, is the tower tall enough? You submitted, you're the experts, you put in a 115-foot tower. Is it tall enough?
That would be an RF question. I know that the propagation maps that are submitted here show that it meets our coverages for what we were hoping for. So I think that height is sufficient. I believe we're the top carrier, and we would be, Verizon will be below us, but we're happy with that elevation.
Okay. Now, I do understand that there is a federal law that allows an incremental increase to any tower height without going through any city or jurisdictional authority, that you can increase a tower height from its approved height by, I want to say, a margin of either 10 or 15%. I've seen that done on certain towers here in town. Are we going to see that happen here? Or are you familiar with that law?
I'm not familiar with that law. I know that we did have a tower extension earlier when we were doing the hometown sites for in town here. We had a neighborhood that we were in that we wanted to increase the height. I don't believe at this site that would be necessary right now. There's open coverage in some of that area, and it seems like the RF signal, based on the propagation maps, looks like it has good coverage. So.
And I ask that question only in anticipation if we have public testimony for or against. I wanted to put that out there because theoretically, as I understand the interpretation on that code, you could be approved at 115 and theoretically go up to, and if my numbers are correct, 132 feet.
Oh, okay. I wasn't familiar with that.
Okay. Thank you.
Seeing no more questions, we will ask if members of the public would like to come forward and speak on this issue. Seeing no public testimony, you do have time for rebuttal if you'd like to use it. Is that a no? Okay. We will close the public hearing. What is the will of the body? Commissioner Pullis, would you like to state your motion?
I move in case 2024-0041 to approve a conditional use for a 115-foot monopine telecommunications tower, subject to conditions 1 and 3, and striking condition 2 shown on page 13 of the staff report.
That's seconded by Commissioner Eber. Commissioner Polis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I intend to support the motion. It meets the conditional use standards with the department recommendations as proposed. We didn't hear any public or agency objections, and the applicant verified they'll comply with the recommendations, so it's good.
Commissioner George, it's a little late, but I see you in here. Did you have?
I'm happy to just support the motion as well, and just wanted to notate for the record the Portage Valley Community Council, which was notated as being the area of reference, I believe is an inactive community council. I don't think that they meet. There was a notation in the staff report that 33 notices were sent out. You know, we didn't hear any public testimony, so I don't necessarily have concerns. I just wanted to, for the record, mention that I don't believe that community council is active. Thank you.
Commissioner Strike, would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, just wanted to clarify that the supplementary information is tied to this recommendation and approval. I want to make sure they're tied together. And I'm seeing nods that everyone's agreeing that it is, but, okay, thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. That motion passes. We will now move on to case 2024-0049. Can we please have the staff presentation?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The GR1 district requires a conditional use permit for residential lots with between 4 and 8 dwelling units per acre. This application is a request for a conditional use permit for 5.6 dwelling units per acre on one lot in the GR1 district. 3 years ago, the Planning Department approved administrative site plan review for the development of 2 duplexes on this property. The petitioner is now seeking to build a new townhouse-style triplex, which is phase 2 of development of the property. None of the state and municipal reviewing agencies have any objections to approval of this conditional use. The site, as designed, is compliant, Title 21 compliant with site development and design standards. There were 164 public hearing notices mailed on April 25th. At the time the report was written, no responses were received from the public and no written comments from the Girdwood Board of Supervisors. However, this morning we received 2 public comments. They are in your supplementary packet. We also received a letter this afternoon from the Girdwood Board of Supervisors, and I distributed that late on the table. So the Planning Department finds that the 9 approval criteria for conditional use are met, and the department's recommending approval of this application subject to conditions 1 and 2 on page 5 of your packet. That's the end of my presentation. Be happy to answer questions, and the applicant is in the audience as well. Thank you.
Any questions for staff? Seeing none, I'll invite the petitioner forward. Please state your name for the record.
Hi, my name is Marco Zaccaro. I'm with Z Architects in Girdwood. Also with me in the audience is the developer, Joe Bell, to answer any questions you may have.
Is that it?
Yep. I think I'd like to thank the commission for hearing this project and staff for writing the report. Francis did a great job. We do agree with all the findings of staff that the project meets all the conditions of conditional use permit, and we accept both conditions of the permit. And I'll reserve the rest of my time for questions and rebuttal.
Any questions for the petitioner? I see no questions. We'll move on to the public hearing or public testimony. Anyone from the public wishing to testify? Please state your name for the record, and if you're testifying on behalf of yourself or a group.
Hello, my name is Patrick Doherty. I own one of the units on 1550 Alyeska Highway, Unit 2, and read through the packet and saw a couple things that concern me. The first is that with the additional 3 units, parking on the lot is going to be pretty restricted. There is a waterway running through the lot, and so snow removal, as you know, Girdwood gets a lot of snow, is a challenge. All the snow that was removed this winter was pushed towards the northern end of the plat, if you look at page 50. And my understanding is that there was supposed to be 2 additional parking spaces that will be allocated to that snow removal area. I may not be classifying that correctly, but it's the northern part of the plat. And as a consequence of that, one of the concerns that I noted on page 20 was that it says there will now be no dumpster on site, and that residents will transport their trash to the Girdwood transfer site to keep their bear-proof containers in the garages. There is no, the Girdwood waste transfer station is not open on Sunday. And myself, I'm a temporary, not temporary, but it's not my full-time residence, so Sunday would be when I would need to rid myself of the trash. So what I believe happened is in order to accommodate parking for the additional units, we lost the space for the dumpster that is currently on the lot and used and paid for as part of our HOA. So that is my primary concern. It's parking and having trash available.
Thank you. I see no questions.
Okay.
Anyone else wishing to testify? Oh, sorry, we might have a question. Commissioner Eber.
Are you using your unit as a short-term rental when you're not using it?
No, I am not.
Okay.
Anyone else from the public wishing to testify? State your name for the record.
Dr. Robert Finch. I'm the owner of Unit 1, the same address. I would like to echo Mr. Doherty's concerns about the parking as well as concerns about the trash. I do plan on using it as an Airbnb, and it would limit when we would be able to take trash out from the short-term renters. It would also, we also plan on renovating the garage and not using it actually as a garage and having it more as a game room. So I don't really have a place in the house to, or in the garage to put the trash. And so that would, I guess, be a big concern of mine as well as the smell. If it's in the garage, it can linger into the house. But I think the parking is a bigger concern. There was not much parking there this year with the snow. I know there was a lot of snow this year, but it's Girdwood. There's always a lot of snow. I think snow removal will be a challenge, to say the least. The other thing I would be concerned about, since I'm renting as an Airbnb, is construction. There has been construction there for our 4 units for better part of 2 years. And so I think that would, if I was an Airbnb renter, I wouldn't want to come to a place that, in a vacation home that has active construction literally 100 yards away, if not closer. So those are my big concerns right now, so.
Are there any questions? I have one question.
Yes, sir.
So parking's a concern, but you're changing your covered garage parking area to a game room?
Yeah,
Just wanted to like highlight the irony of that.
Yeah, fair enough. I would say that the garage is fairly small and no SUV can fit in it really, definitely not a truck. Maybe a small rental car could squeeze in. There is an adjacent carport available as well, but I don't know if any of the applicant or any of the people are using this as a garage, how the garage is intended to be used. So, but I understand the irony of that. But it's a fairly small garage. Yeah.
I figured I should at least give you the chance to
You're
address
folding
it.
mirrors in on a Prius probably to get in. So.
Okay. Thank you. I see no further questions.
Okay. Thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify on this matter? Please step forward. Seeing none, petitioner, would you like to use your remaining time? 9 minutes and 28 seconds.
Thank you. In regard to the parking, we did a parking calculation based on the previous parking requirements that, as you know, were discontinued. And then we added 2 more parking spots to it. So we came up with a parking calculation of 14 total based on the old standard. And then we added 2 more, so we have 16 total on site. And the 2 are guest parking, the 2 extra. So we, of course, now we do meet current code, but we also would have met and exceeded the former code. As far as the trash container, we as designers did not realize that in the HOA that the owner, the developers had stipulated that there would be a dumpster on site, so we did not show that in our site plans and indicated in our narrative that operationally the trash cans would be in bear-proof containers in garages and the local trash service would pick it up on Tuesdays like everywhere else in Girdwood. This morning, Joe Bell, the developer, indicated that in the HOA they are providing for a dumpster. It's not shown on the site plan. We can indicate it where it would be located on the site plan. We'd probably have to adjust some of our snow storage areas to accommodate. Getting to the snow storage areas, we do provide 20% of the plowed area in snow storage per local Girdwood code, and our snow storage areas are all fully code compliant.
I think we got some questions. Commissioner Krishna.
Sure, I think this question might be a little bit more for staff, but is there a requirement for a dumpster on the site, or because this was a previous case, and I assume it was shown in the previous plans that we reviewed, is that then a requirement on the site?
Title 21 doesn't require there to be a dumpster, but if the owner chooses to have one, then we look at the screening requirements and the location.
Sure, a quick question for the petitioner then. Would you object to being a condition of approval?
Not at all, because it's in the HOA stipulations already.
Thank you.
I think that's all the questions. We will go ahead and close the public hearing. Oh. Commissioner Strike, would you like to speak?
Thank you. And I think I appreciate the Commissioner's previous response and showing that the condition of approval will include the dumpster. The one comment I heard was...
Point of order. There is no motion on the table yet to add a condition of approval.
Understood.
Okay.
And the what I heard was that the dumpster would go in a spot that would take away from snow storage. And it would seem, if people are using them for VRBO, that it's during the wintertime that a lot of the use down at Girdwood is used.
Yeah, so if you look at our site plan A0.2 in your packet, there are areas adjacent to the driveway that are not designated for snow storage now, and they are outside of the required natural vegetation area, and they are also outside of the stream setback. So we would, when we go in for a land use permit, we would designate some of those areas for snow storage and make sure that they're code compliant.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, anybody else wishing to speak or ask questions? I'm going to close the public hearing. What is the will of the body? I guess while we wait for a motion to pop up here, Commissioner Eber, are you in the queue? Go ahead.
I have a question. I'm not sure if this is directed to staff or just the body, but we got a little letter from, I don't know who it's from, the Girdwood Land Use Committee, stating they would like us to include a condition of approval for, or conditional use permit that short-term rentals for these units be restricted, and I didn't know if we should somehow discuss that, talk about it, ask staff about it. We got it really late.
Does staff have any comment on this?
Thank you for the question, Ms. I don't think that there is, I'm not aware of a time where the commission has placed a condition of approval on a residential development on, like whether or not it could be rented. That would be sort of new.
We don't have bed police. Okay, we have a motion out here. Commissioner Pullis, would you like to state your motion?
To get us moving, I move in case 2024-0049 to approve a conditional use for 7 dwelling units per acre in the GR1 district, subject to the conditions shown on page 5 of the staff report with the addition of condition 3 to provide a dumpster. Oh, where's that?
That's seconded by Commissioner Strike. Commissioner Pullis, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yeah, I intend to support the motion. I think it does meet the conditional approvals as stated by staff, and it does include the additional dumpster now, so that works for me. I'm surprised too.
I guess I will speak to the motion. The motion's on the table. It's been seconded. I do not intend to support the motion. I don't think that the dumpster is required by code. It came from a private agreement between the developer and the owners. It's contained within the HOA, and by making it a condition of approval, we've inserted the city into a private matter between the HOA. So I would prefer to not have a condition of the dumpster tied to the approval. So we can withdraw or vote, or we can move forward however the commission decides.
Withdraw.
Okay, the motion has been withdrawn. So maybe we should do a clean motion and we can vote on that item separately and everyone can get a vote on that item.
Mr. Chair, am I in the queue for speaking? I've got the...
I have multiple people in here. Commissioner Strike?
My suggestion was, I just put it out for the commission here, that condition number 3 seemed to be the hangup. One thing we could do is just take a quick motion, quick poll of the staff, of the commissioners here on number 3. And well, this is to cover the motion itself to approve. What I was looking for was just condition 3, whether or not we're going to accept condition 3 or not, before approving the...
Yeah, we need to have a motion on the floor and then we can discuss, and we can propose as many amendments as we like and just vote them up or down, discuss them.
But typically, we've done the amendments prior to the full motion. No?
I don't
Okay.
believe so.
I'll go with it.
A motion by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Gardner. Commissioner Ron, would you like to state your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I move in case 2024-0049 to approve a conditional use for 7 dwelling units per acre in the GR1 district, subject to conditions 1 and 2 shown on page 5 of the staff report.
Would you like to speak to the motion?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Ron, how many dwelling units per acre did you state?
Thank you, staff. That caught my attention as
5.6,
well.
Right? Yeah. Okay.
So let me rephrase the motion. I believe it should be 4 to 8.
I think the approval should state, Mr. Ron, thank you. It should be approval for 5.6 dwelling units per acre. That would be the conditional use approval, and that would allow them the 7 units, and I apologize.
All right, when we're ready for it, I will reread the motion.
We're ready.
I move in case 2024-0049 to approve a conditional use for 5.7 dwelling units per acre in the GR1 district, subject to the conditions shown on page 5 of the staff report. Excuse me, 5.6.
Did I hear 5.6?
5.6, you heard 5.6.
I see it's 7.
Good team effort.
I know, it says 7 on the motion.
Commissioner Strike, let the record show it's 5.6 dwelling units per acre. Would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just briefly, as stated by the previous commissioner, I agree with staff's findings in those standards being met, and agree to the 2 recommendations as stated. If Commissioner feels they need to resurface an issue previously discussed around dumpster, now would be the appropriate time to put forward an amendment, and we can discuss it at that time. Thanks.
Commissioner Krishna.
Sure, I intend to support this motion, and I do want to speak to the letter of non-objection from the Girdwood Board of Supervisors Land Use Committee, and the request contained within that we consider adding a restriction on short-term rentals. I don't believe that this body has the authority or guidance to necessarily do that in a way that would be effective or enforceable. I would say almost every residential case we've seen in Girdwood has included a request like this, but I really think that we need some legislation that would allow us to do something like this or provide us with some tools for Girdwood if that's the desire of the community.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. I intend to support the motion as well, and I was just going to note briefly, we received some testimony this evening, and I think some written testimony was received as well with respect to concerns about parking, and I wanted to note that the plans do call for 16 parking spots, which is not required and beyond what would even have been required in the prior version of the code, and so I don't see us in a position to do anything more with respect to parking than is currently provided.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? Seeing none, call for the vote. A motion passes. All right. That brings us to the combined cases, 2024-0067 and 2024-0006. How will we hear our staff reports?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was going to give a brief staff report on case 2024-0067 and a brief overview of case 2024-0006. And with that, would you like me to start with staff report on?
Yes, please.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Chair. So the public hearing draft assembly ordinance proposes to amend the following elements of the comprehensive plan affecting the Anchorage Bowl, and that'd be Anchorage 2020, the Anchorage Bowl Comprehensive Plan, and Anchorage 2040 Land Use Plan. The draft ordinance amends 5 policies of Anchorage 2020 and 7 policies in the 2040 Land Use Plan, with which the Home Initiatives draft Title 21 amendments from PZC case 2024-0006 conflicts, as found in the staff report for that case. In addition, it also amends 6 implementation actions of the 2040 Land Use Plan Actions Checklist Table. Staff has conducted a review of the comprehensive plan amendment in accordance with the approval criteria in Anchorage Municipal Code Title 21 and presents the following findings for the Commission's consideration this evening. For approval criteria A, we do believe the criteria is partially met. The development of both Anchorage 2020 and 2040 Land Use Plan included several in-depth studies into housing needs, trends, and emerging issues. Since their adoptions, these needs, trends, and issues remain constant but have been amplified due to unanticipated rising housing prices and cost of financing. This has placed increasing pressures on our limited housing stock that remains attainable and has made it apparent that faster implementation of several guiding principles of 2040 Land Use Plan is needed to address our housing situation. In general, staff does not believe the proposed comprehensive plan amendments are necessary to address changing projections, new issues, or omissions that are not already addressed in Anchorage 2020 or the 2040 Land Use Plan. For approval criteria B, we believe the criteria is not met. The draft comprehensive plan amendment ordinance does not maintain the internal consistency of the comprehensive plan because it changes the nature in which the comprehensive plan references applicable neighborhood and district plans when considering land use decisions. As currently written, Anchorage 2020 and 2040 acknowledge and require consultation of other adopted neighborhood and district plans to determine appropriate development patterns and scale. Removing this link through the proposed amendments to Anchorage 2020 Policy 5 and simply referencing the most recently adopted plan is a substantial departure from the function of the comprehensive plan as well as the importance and significance of our adopted neighborhood and district plans. Additionally, a foundational principle of the comp plan is the conservation of our residential land base through the implementation of Anchorage 2020 Policy 14. This policy has served to protect residential land base by preventing the conversion of residentially zoned land into either commercial or industrial zoning districts. The proposed amendment to Policy 14 will lessen the authoritative nature of this policy by changing it from an affirmative statement to passive guidance. stating shall seek to avoid instead of no regulatory action shall result in. This will change the nature of how recommendations for rezones are determined and could result in expanded conversion of residentially zoned districts into commercial or industrial that do not provide any housing opportunities. A predictable and constant land base is important for community investment and expectations. Zoning map amendments should be given a thorough analysis for its impacts on the municipality into the foreseeable future, rather than be a short-sighted decision to develop a particular property. Amending this policy is likely to have negative impacts on our residential land base and is not consistent with the consistency of the comp plan to protect and provide housing opportunities. Lastly, proposed amendments to Anchorage 2020 policies 5 and 49 and 2040 land use plan policies 4.1, 7.1, and 7.2 will change language regarding the desire to preserve and protect neighborhood character throughout the Anchorage Bowl. The preservation and protection of our various neighborhood forms is another foundational tenet of our comp plan. Consistent building forms and design within our neighborhoods is what gives them a sense of place and makes them desirable. There's little evidence to show that requiring thoughtful, compatible design is an impediment to development. It is important to note that compatible does not mean the same, but rather it means to apply thoughtful building and site design to place a structure that is consistent with the form of the neighborhood. Applying this methodology to infill and redevelopment projects can bolster neighborhoods and encourage further redevelopment because it can demonstrate success of the principle. Removing or loosening this guidance does not maintain consistency with the comp plan. For approval criteria C, we do believe it is partially met. As discussed under criteria B, amendments to Anchorage 2020 policies 5 and 49 and 2040 land use plan policies 4.1, 7.1, and 7.2 will change language regarding the desire to preserve and protect neighborhood character throughout the bowl. Although this change may not be detrimental to health, safety, and welfare of the community, it is inconsistent with decades of public input that has shown a consistent desire that new and infill development projects be developed in a manner that is compatible with the surrounding neighborhood. Loosening or removing consideration of impacts to adjacent development from our guiding policies would be a departure from the precedent and expectations set by the community. Second, perhaps the most impactful proposed amendments to the comp plan is the lessening of Anchorage 2020 Policy 14. This longstanding policy has been instrumental in protecting our limited residential land base from encroachment and consumption by non-residential zoning districts that do not primarily provide any housing opportunities. This amendment will lessen the authoritative nature of the policy by changing it from an affirmative statement to passive guidance, stating shall seek to avoid instead of no regulatory action shall result in. Protection and conservation of our residential land base should be a primary concern when discussing ways to solve our community-wide housing shortage. This change in guidance is likely to have a detrimental impact on the evaluation method for rezones and could result in a conversion of residential land into commercial or industrial lands which do not primarily provide, or not provide at all, any housing opportunities. In general, the other proposed amendments change direction, but their change in direction cannot necessarily be considered detrimental to the community. For approval criteria D, it's not applicable, and approval criteria E is also not applicable. Staff has provided additional analysis of the conflicts between the Home Initiative Draft Title 21 amendments and the comp plan, starting on page 11 of the staff report. And it is also important to note that there are two supplemental items to accompany case 2024-0067 that have been provided to the commission this evening as well as to the public. And the Planning Department, upon review of the comp plan amendment, recommends that the Planning and Zoning Commission postpone action on the public hearing draft comp plan amendments in AO 2024-44 to allow the Assembly and its sponsors to revise the public hearing draft ordinance and bring the revised public hearing draft back before Planning and Zoning Commission for a public hearing, as well as consistent with staff's recommendations 1, 2, and 3 starting on page 18 of the staff report. So that concludes staff presentation on 2024-0067. Just want to give brief overview of 2024-006. This was first heard by the Commission on March 18th, and there was a work session prior to that regular meeting. There was also a Planning and Zoning Commission work session on May 6th where some additional materials were provided. There are 8 supplementary packets in total, and this evening the Commission has been provided all those packets, and 6, 7, and 8 should be provided in hard copy before the Commission this evening. So with that, I'd be happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Any questions for staff? Commissioner Krishna.
Yes, both the comprehensive plan amendment and the home ordinance itself would be essentially recommendations by this body to the Assembly. Is that correct? Both of those cases would be heard by the Assembly?
Through the chair, that's correct. The Planning and Zoning Commission's role in both cases is to issue a recommendation. They are not the decision-making body on these matters.
Just one more question, which was that at the work session we discussed carrying forward the SLs that we have currently. Does the department have a recommendation for a condition that would allow us to do that?
Through the chair, we can prepare a condition for you. We have to think on that one.
Thank you. I'll put it out there now so we've got some time to work on it.
Well, while we're just adding our conditions, I'm interested in a condition of seeing the code written and tested prior to implementation. Any other questions? Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, through the chair. Clarification from staff. I realize there's some discussion the last time case 2024-006 was heard around time certainty. And my understanding, correct me if I'm wrong, looking for some clarification here, if the board or if the commission were to move forward with a postponement action, there's not an element of a time-bound element that the commission should be concerned about or aware of. Can you speak to that, please?
Yeah, through the chair. So Title 21 requires that any text amendment that is heard before Planning and Zoning Commission, that a recommendation be forwarded to the Assembly within 60 days. The Commission can also request a time extension to the Assembly for more time to consider it. The comprehensive plan amendment recommendation is not bound by that 60-day requirement. It only applies to case 2024-006.
Seeing no more questions for staff, we will open the public hearing. And we'll start with the petitioner's presentation on case 0067. Because we've already had the petitioner's presentation on 0006.
Can I ask a procedural question?
Sure.
Okay, so are you intending to hear public hearing on both cases?
I am intending to allow those who have not testified on either case to testify on both cases. And those who testified on 006 previously will only be allowed to testify on 0067 tonight.
May we use our rebuttal time to talk about both cases?
I think you can use your rebuttal time however you choose.
Okay, I just want clarity because you want me to open a particular way, so I just want to make sure I'm coming within the bounds of what the chair would like.
Yeah, we're in kind of new territory here, so that seems like the right way to go. So.
Okay, great.
So yeah, you have, so you'll have 10 minutes.
10 minutes total between the two cases. That's fine. We'll be efficient.
We don't know if there was rebuttal time left over from last time.
I don't recall. That felt like a lifetime ago,
Yeah,
that's fine.
We'll just go with the 10 minutes.
Okay, great. Good evening. My name's Meg Zalatel. I'm here with my co-sponsors, Anna Brawley and Daniel Volin, speaking to the comp plan and land use plan amendments. I'm going to speak at a very high level and then turn it over to Ms. Brawley. What we heard from the planning department is that we need a predictable land base. I want to be very blunt and frank. I think predictable land base is being used for code for no change. No change. And I think that's really evident when we know the code contemplates updates to the comprehensive plan. When certain conditions are met, they're actually spelled out. There are 4 factors we consider, and no updates have happened, and no comp plan changes have come forward by the planning department, but we know our circumstances have changed since the comp plan was adopted. We need a change in direction. Something has to change, and all of the concerns raised in the planning department comments are frankly speculative. In fact, we see the opposite things happening. We are seeing building in B3 because building in residential isn't working. So we're seeing the inverse of this idea of preserving the residential land base. And then I would just say that it's really important to remember that what we have suggested here doesn't take anything away from the comp plan or the land use plan. What it reflects is our current conditions. And with that, I will turn it over to Ms. Brawley, and we'll see you in rebuttal.
Yeah, thank you. Anna Brawley, for the record, a member of the Anchorage Assembly and co-sponsor of this ordinance. I'm speaking not just as an Assembly member, but as a professional planner, one who has read comprehensive plans, who has drafted comprehensive plans, and there's really 2 ways to think about planning. There's the high level, the vision, the big picture goals, where do we want to go, what do we want our city to look like 20 to 40 years in the future. That is the purpose of a comprehensive plan. Then below that are the how do you get to those goals. What changes do you need to make? What policy changes? What anticipation of changing conditions? And really thinking about kind of, are we able to get to the place that we want to get to by enacting these policies? So when we looked at the comprehensive plan, which was written in 2001, or approved in 2001, actually written in the 1990s, and we looked at the land use plan, which was approved in 2017, what we found was not that many instances of prior amendments to either of those plans. There's been plenty of amendments to the maps that happened during individual property rezones. There have been updates in terms of other plans being adopted, district plans, neighborhood plans, and really not a lot of kind of looking back to the original comprehensive plan, and certainly not in the last 6 years a wholesale look back at the land use plan. So what we asked ourselves is not so much do we need to change the broad direction of what these plans say. All the way back to 2001, it talked about infill development. It talked about an urban transition, especially in the northern half of the city, the way they characterized it at the time. And then the way to get there was really to think about incremental changes to our built environment, housing, other developments to get us there. So what we thought is that that is really a great set of policies, a great set of goals that we should keep. And so you will not see edits or proposed changes to the goals, the high-level picture. What we really looked at is the specific policies to see how we could get there. And that is the part that we feel needs some consideration and some change, and those are the policies that we brought forward in this ordinance. For example, there has been a focus on targeted rezones. To our knowledge, as has been stated before, most of those rezones have not happened, and just earlier tonight you heard kind of the story of what happens after a rezone when the property is finally ready to be developed. And so it takes a different type of policy. Another one is that the plans talk a lot about compact housing. Compact housing simply means smaller units closer together, whether they're on the same lot or adjoining lots. That is how you do that. And so what we are proposing is to allow more small units to be built. And finally, I guess I lost my train of thought, but I want to close by saying that what we are proposing is really not throwing out our plan, not even a substantial change to the bones of our comprehensive plan, our land use plan, and the documents that tell us the future direction of our city. What we are trying to do is to bring our plan language in line with what we believe and what other cities have shown, what other evidence has shown are more effective ways to get to where we need to go, which is allowing more opportunity for people to develop their property, less kind of top-down approach of where exactly we want XYZ things to be built, and to allow that opportunity to happen, and to, again, make sure that we are focused on allowing and providing more compact housing. The one last thing I'll say very briefly, and then we'll save the rest of our time. I just want to reflect a bit on the idea of neighborhood compatibility, neighborhood character. And I would invite you to think about different neighborhoods in town where maybe there are a lot of vacant and abandoned properties, or where there are deteriorating properties, where there's older housing that needs to be upgraded, or really where there's existing multifamily housing, regardless of what condition it's in. There's a lot of great multifamily housing in this town that is decades old now. And is that really, those things also need to be compatible with what we build in the future. So to characterize neighborhood character as one type of neighborhood, or one condition of a neighborhood, and say that we need to preserve those things is disingenuous if we don't also consider, are we saying that neighborhoods that do have a lot of vacant and abandoned properties, that is the character that we need to preserve, or areas that have older multifamily housing, but we have not allowed new multifamily housing to be built, that is the character that we're trying to preserve. So really think about kind of what that term means, and allow for more flexibility that is more consistent with the variety of the built environment that we see in different neighborhoods of town, different streets, and again, different parts of the Anchorage Bowl. And we'll save the rest of our time for rebuttal. Thank you.
Thank you. You have 3 minutes and 20 seconds. I have questions. Commissioner Krishna.
Sure, I'll kick us off. Could you speak a little bit to the intent of this comprehensive plan amendment? Was it solely to provide amendments that would allow for the passage of the home ordinance, or was it, were you taking a broader look at the language? And I suppose where I'm going with this is, do we need necessarily tonight at this meeting to talk about the words neighborhood character for 40 minutes, or is that tangential to this case? Could you tell us a little bit about how you think about that?
Yeah, sure. I think in terms of neighborhood character, I guess I'm reflecting a lot of what the language of our plans say, and really the balance that it tries to strike between recognizing that things will change in the future, with the kind of hesitancy or concern about things physically changing around people who already live here. And so neighborhood characters is a common term in planning, and it's not really a well-defined term, but I think generally it's used to describe certain existing neighborhoods. And so I believe, and I hear your point about not spending a lot of time talking about it, I do believe that these amendments would facilitate the passage of the home initiative, but I think they are also really trying to take a broader look and stepping back and saying, rather than being so specific and directed and top-down in how we approach development and how we approach the way people use their property, that we can be more flexible. And so what you'll see is a theme in the proposed changes, that there's really more flexibility and less restriction. One example being, do we make it as a policy that we never rezone existing residential land? I don't think that policy has been followed in this city. There's multiple examples that I have voted on in the last year that rezoned property that was residential to something else, again, recognizing the reality of what was already on the ground or what would get built, what is feasible to be built. And so I believe that they are targeted to the home initiative, but I think they are also really broadly suited to really help us think better about the way that we build housing and the way that we allow housing to be built.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you, and thank you for the your perspective on this. I think I haven't fully, I guess, formulated my question, but I want to get at what I view as kind of what's been articulated as a pretty high-level disagreement with the planning department's perspective with respect to these amendments in this case. And I can certainly capture that there's some disagreement at a general level, although I don't know that I would read their comments to say no change at all. But I am curious as to what specific parts of the analysis that staff provided you may or may not disagree with, because some of their analysis, to me at least, seems to make sense about maybe potential inconsistencies or some of those types of concerns. And I'm curious generally what your view is with kind of at that level with respect to staff's analysis. And I think more specifically, one particular example I have in mind that is a piece of this that I haven't really, I think, fully understood is with respect to the amendments to policy 14, which staff has concerns about as it relates to permitting commercial uses by right without any requirement for residential. And I know we've had multiple cases where that policy has been front and center, where we've kind of pushed back on some application or another that would remove an obligation to provide housing. And I don't know that I guess I don't know that I fully understand why there's a disconnect there between staff and what you all are proposing, in that it seems that, and I get that housing is being built in B3 in places where it's not required, but that doesn't necessarily mean it always will. Or I think somewhere in here staff points to some numbers that show in those areas, what the average density is that you receive for residential that's lower than might otherwise be required. And so I guess it's a two-part question. One, generally, what your sense is of some of the specific concerns that staff raised, and more specifically with respect to that policy 14, kind of how you're viewing that, I guess I'll say disagreement for lack of a better word.
Yeah, thank you. I think in general, it is a challenge so if we look at the comprehensive plan as a whole, so we're really focused on the land use and development pieces of it, and of course the land use plan is more focused. But really a full comprehensive plan deals with transportation, it deals with open space preservation, it deals with a number of different topics that have to do with a community's future development. And so I would say it is, it's not unheard of for the underlying plan itself to be inconsistent, because again, you may have multiple authors, there may be different values that are in competition. For example, there's a phrasing in our land use plan that talks about protecting and preserving conserving green spaces in neighborhoods. And I've always wondered, does that mean tearing down houses, for example, right? So there's a lot of kind of plan interpretation that happens. And so I think in the inconsistencies with our amendments versus the plan, one thing would be to think about the hierarchy of the plan. So the goals and the vision are always the top. And then there's the policies and actions to get there, and then there's the text of the plan. And there were some instances where we were reading the text of the plan, which is also something that can be amended, but is more explanatory, and it doesn't have the same weight as a policy or an action. And of course, a policy or action is intended to achieve the higher level goal or the higher level vision. So in terms of inconsistencies, I think there's fair criticisms to be made of the plan exactly as it's written, and how you would consistently implement all of those pieces. To the point about the number 14 about required residential inclusion in development, I think it's a tough one, because on the one hand, we want our policies to encourage or even to direct the things that we want or need in our community. And so things like requiring residential development to be built in these areas that are mixed use on the same parcel as part of the same project is a good goal. What I look at that, at least as an individual sponsor of this, is that we need to be realistic about the development market as well. The economics of development, the fact that it is extremely difficult to build one building with retail and residential uses in it. And so are we seeing less development overall, whether it's per property or in general, when we put these rules on? And so maybe we're getting a few more housing units than we would have from an individual property, but if we're discouraging basically by having this very difficult to meet requirement in terms of financing, in terms of making the economics of the project work. Is that really going to get us to the big picture goal, which is urban transition, infill and redevelopment over time, and again, having a mix of commercial and residential uses in the same area. So I guess the way that I think about it is, what is the material difference between having one property that has commercial and residential on it, one parcel, versus one street that has some commercial uses and some residential uses. So from the user perspective, from the public perspective, if you're walking down the street, those won't look very different, but legally they are very different in terms of how they were developed.
So yeah, just to follow up, just to make, and that's helpful because I think that captures the piece that I didn't fully internalize before. So and this, I guess, follow-up question goes not just to the comp plan amendments, but more generally to the proposed ordinance. So as we're talking about those zoning districts where commercial would be available kind of by right without any residential piece, your perspective is that, and the thinking behind that is that it will not necessarily, that it will lead to a greater overall amount of development, and as part of that will include more residential than if you have more restricted requirements for developing, so you just get lesser development that will have residential as part of it. Is that a fair summary?
Yeah, that sounds about right, because looking at the macro and not just individual properties.
Okay, understood. Thank you.
Commissioner Ron.
Thank you to the chair. Ms. Brawley, I have a public process focused question. My interpretation of the staff packet, a recurring theme around that topic. And in the start of your testimony, you talked us through the whole, where do we want to be and how do we get there? So I'm going to ask very specifically, who is the we that you're referencing there in terms of the work that has been done? And would the petitioners be receptive to department recommendations focused on a more inclusive, my words, and transparent process that does engage the public in ways that they may be expecting?
Yeah, I think that is a good question. I mean, in terms of the overall outreach that we've done, we did a broad outreach, not just to community councils, but to business groups, to others, and really we're focused on the policy of the home initiative. When I think about public engagement, I have to think about how do I get input, or how do I at least take the perspectives of everybody in the community, whether or not they show up to meetings, whether or not they often testify on items, whether or not they're even following something on the assembly agenda. So I think in some sense the legal requirements for public engagement that the assembly follows on any ordinances, it gets introduced publicly, there is a period of time before there is a public hearing, and then there's an opportunity to postpone and so on. I think in the planning sense, it is helpful to engage folks up front, and especially before something is drafted. But also, you have to balance that against how much, I guess, what is the urgency of the issue that you're trying to address? How much underlying or kind of existing discussion or understanding is there already? And then how quickly or slowly do you need to move for it to still be a valid public process? So I think, the last Title 21 rewrite took 11 years or 12 years, from 2002 to 2013 when it was adopted, and then it went into effect in 2015. Was that a better product because it took over a decade to write? I don't know. And so when I look at these things, not just as a person who values process, but also a person who values outcome, and really hearing and seeing the urgency of the situation that we're in right now as a city, which is that we're developing less and less every year, particularly housing. I believe those things do need to be balanced. And so I guess the question with inclusive public process would be, if we had another year of meetings, who would show up, who would testify, who would have time to show up, who would feel welcomed into that process, and then who would benefit on the other side of that? I think my co-sponsors might want to respond. Yeah.
Thank you, Anna. That was a really good answer. We just have a lot of thoughts about this. I'm Daniel Voland, as you all know. I represent North Anchorage, District 1. I think right now the Assembly realizes that we can either catalyze this moment to address the housing crisis, or we can continue to spin our wheels as a community. And I'll just say, in terms of the planning department, their memo and their recommendations about public process, we have a public process that exists in code. We are following that public process. Community expectation is not always the same thing as what is spelled out in code. And sometimes it's, I think, difficult to define what someone's conception of a public process looks like that will actually, at the end of the day, make everyone happy, right? I will say that the planning department has brought forward their own legislation that has gone through robust public process, years long public process. I'm thinking about the site access amendments, which I know you all are very familiar with. Well, we passed that, and now we're currently hearing in Assembly committee meetings, Community and Economic Development Committee, we're hearing from Cook Inlet Housing Authority that legislation is going to severely hamper our construction season for 2024. All of those extra requirements are about where you park the cars and what the interface looks like to the street. And so I think, we can have these prolonged public processes, but if they aren't actually driving us forward to be able to create more housing, then what's the point? As far as the home initiative goes, we've done several presentations, like Anna said, to community councils, to underrepresented groups, to the Geotechnical Advisory Commission, Anchorage Equal Rights Commission, business groups, etc. So we really have tried to get the word out and tried to solicit as much feedback as we can. We're committed to continuing in those efforts. But we have to balance the interest of all the stakeholders. Long-term homeowners, yes, but also those struggling to afford rent, to afford home ownership, and we need to do that in a way that is timely. Thank you.
Thank you. I just want to add two pieces that I think are really important to this conversation. The procedure for substantive amendments that is in code has a very direct line, initiation, municipal staff, report and recommendation, planning and zoning commission hearing, and action by the assembly. And that is for substantive amendments. So that process as contemplated in code is a 21-day process. It's very straightforward. For Title 21 text amendments, I think there's been an expectation created that does not exist in code that these processes will take 6 months or more. And if that is the expectation, the recommendation would be that I would love to see from this body is for us to change code as to that process. Because what our job is to follow code and balance it with public participation, but an expectation now has been created for like a Title 21 rewrite. If it takes 10 years, none of us can serve in 3 regular terms, assuming we're elected 3 times, throughout that entire period to see the process to conclusion. No mayor could helm that project with 6 years. So I think we need to, I think what this initiative, these comp plan amendments have done, have brought to light possibly some conversation about the process and the expectations around the process that don't exist in code, and how do we reconcile those things. I don't know that we can satisfy all of that in 2 P&Z cases, but I think it needs to be taken up because our job, and we will always start with code, and that's where we are advised to start from.
Commissioner Krishna.
Sure, one more question. Staff, I think, expressed some concern about how this would affect existing neighborhood plans. Do you have a response to that or any solutions to consider, I guess?
Yeah, I can briefly respond. So in the 2017 land use plan, I think it's on page 5. I've started carrying around a paper copy so I can double check the number. But it states a general principle of planning practice, which is that the most recent plan governs. So it doesn't mean it erases all the other plans, but it means that when there is a conflicting provisions in them, the most recent plan governs. And that's laid out in the land use plan. And more specifically, there's language in that same chapter that says, any land, district or neighborhood plan that is adopted after the 2017 land use plan or is updated. So, the West Anchorage district plan is from 2007. If it was updated now, there's basically a floor for both housing capacity is the phrase that's used, housing capacity and economic capacity. So it says that whatever you do, you basically cannot ratchet back the other way. So it does set that here, and so you can go higher, you could stay at it, but you can't go back below it. So that's generally how it addresses, and then there's language in the plan itself.
I have a question. You mentioned the part of the plan that says we need to preserve our green spaces. And just tonight, we heard a case on the Lois Drive expansion where we're going to take a 20-foot strip paved road and we're going to put a sidewalk on one side, 10-foot pathway on the other side. I happen to work on Lois Drive and my kids go to school at the other end. So I was walking by there today and there's about 20 feet wide of mature birch trees. It kind of gives Lois Drive its feel like it's kind of a crummy road, but it still seems nice because it has a lot of mature trees. And so I guess I wanted to point out that our plans also say we need to have pedestrian facilities, and that seems to be where we had a case tonight where the two recommendations of the plan conflict. And I guess I'm just like a simple home builder that happened to get seated in the middle, but can you like explain how, because this is a lot of what I hear with these plans is one person saying the plan says this, the other person says the plan says this. Can you address those kind of conflicts within the plan?
I think you've just done it, which is there are internal inconsistencies in the plan. It depends what you're looking at the plan for. We have a lot of goals that we want to achieve as a community. A comprehensive plan, as Ms. Brawley said, doesn't just talk about our housing goals. It talks about the vision for our community. And we're going to have lots of things we want in that vision that are going to have to try to be rectified and carried out simultaneously. So that's why we have a planning and zoning commission. That's why we have a policy-making body. It's why we have experts at the planning department to try to reconcile those things. It doesn't make the plan defective. It simply articulates the tension points within the plan that we're going to have to continue to address likely on a case-by-case basis, being guided by those visions and larger principles.
I also want to take a crack at that. My co-sponsors and I are very interested in the connections between land use and transportation. In fact, two of us are on the AMAPS policy committee, so we have those conversations regularly. How can we support active transportation as well as safe, vibrant, dynamic neighborhoods? And I think that both our amendments that we're proposing as well as the home initiative do try to create a better correlation between transportation options and land use. And that's why we are proposing to combine R3 and R3A, R4 and R4A, so you can have more of that mixed use, either vertical mixed use or horizontal mixed use. And I hear from a lot of my constituents that they want, everyone wants a Fire Island bakery in their neighborhood, right? They want those, be able to walk to their essential destinations. And so there are trade-offs that we have to examine carefully. But I think creating a situation where people can have more of a blend of that commercial is a positive thing. I think it will drive development. I also think with some of the amendments we put forward, there is both in our code, and I would submit in our plan, a slight bias against multifamily development. And I think that's unfortunate. I think about my own neighborhood of South Addition, where yes, we have a lot of single family homes and duplexes, but if we want to talk about historic character, then we should also be talking about the Knick Arms condos where I lived when I first lived here, so I could walk to work 2 blocks to my business. We should be talking about the Hone building. We should be talking about all the multifamily that exists. We should be talking about Bootlegger's Cove, which is part of South Addition, which is more multifamily. And so one of my favorite passages in the 2040 land use plan that I think helped inform some of our amendments. It talks about how increasingly it's not the number of units or the density that's a primary concern. It's the form and scale in neighborhoods. So how do we regulate our dimensional standards in a way that allows more units and meets the housing needs that we have in our community, but also isn't out of scale with the neighborhood. And really just thinking about the origins of zoning, Euclidean zoning, right? Where you're separating residential from more noxious uses, industrial, for instance. That was like the true purpose of zoning, but over time it became this really prescriptive thing. I would say at the end of the day, housing is compatible with housing as a use. And that's what we need more of in our community. And so some of our amendments, that's kind of the philosophy that we're approaching that with. Thank you.
See no more questions. I think we are ready to open the public hearing. So before anyone comes up, if you spoke previously to case 0006, you will not receive double the amount of time. But you will still receive your normal time on 0067. And so as you come up, I have a list here of who spoke at the last public hearing. And so some people can speak to both items and they'll receive double the amount of time. Some people will only be allowed to speak to one of the cases. So come on up. I'm sorry. I have a request for a few-minute break, a recess for the restroom. To get back to the public hearing, or public testimony. We saved your spot.
Thank you, Chair and members of the Planning and Zoning Commission. My name is Kathy Gleason. I'm president of Turnagain Community Council. Our co-chair land use committee person testified on March 18th on behalf of Turnagain Community Council, but I did not testify at that hearing, so I should be allowed 3 minutes in the big picture. And tonight, nobody has testified on behalf of the council with regard to 0067. So as president, I can do that. So I think I should get 8 minutes, but I don't know. You tell me.
I agree, 8 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Chair. So thanks for the opportunity to discuss this.
1 second.
Sure.
Okay, 8 minutes.
Okay, let's see here. Thank you, I appreciate it, and I don't know if I'll take that long or not. So this is quite the conundrum to have the public digest all at once. And before I had kind of planned to say what I was going to say, I do want to reference what the petitioners said a few times and respond to that because it's important. With regard to Ms. Zelatel saying that this process doesn't take anything away from the comp plan or the land use plan, from my interpretation and others from the Turnagain Community Council Board and Land Use Committee, it takes away a lot in terms of public process if it's approved verbatim the way it's presented now. That's significant to community councils. Also, Mr. Voland said that we are following the public process during this. And that could be debated when this initially started, but I think we're in gear now with a public process. But again, if all of this passes in the future, there won't be any public process with regard to any kind of significant changes that the public may want to weigh in on. Everything would be by right. Everything, I'm exaggerating, but for the most part. And also, he said, we just can't take all this time to decide how many parking places are needed. But if you've been a community council person around as long as I have, the number of parking places can be a big deal for a neighborhood, especially in older Turnagain. And if you give me another 20 minutes, I can talk about rustic goat. And Ms. Zelatel said that, again, there's a direct line here, staff, P&Z, commission, and then assembly for substantive changes. But again, if all of this passes, that won't be in play. The public won't have an opportunity to do that and be engaged. So it's great that we are now in this kind of crazy way and spending so much time on it, but in the future, there would be a lot of difference from a community council perspective. So I really commend the planning staff for doing the incredible job that they have since this process has started. And I noted that, they found that all but one of the proposed 12 policy amendments don't resolve or only partially resolve the conflicts. So that just tells you there's still a lot of work that needs to be done. It concerns me that, we just haven't really had an opportunity to be fully engaged. Yes, I commend the co-sponsors of the Home Initiative. They have done a ton of outreach, including participated in Turnagain Community Council Land Use Committee. That was the only opportunity based on all the outreach that when I read a list, it's them giving you a PowerPoint presentation, the public, the community councils. There's no, let's sit around or let's convene a half-day workshop and dialogue about all of these issues and housing and where we want to be and what we want to do as a community. That hasn't taken place, and I wish it had, because that's how we, made some good changes on the two the comp plan, land use plan. We did submit some comments last Friday. I appreciate it's in supplementary packet number 1. And essentially, we're recommending that the Planning and Zoning Commission follow staff's recommendations and actions on page 18. Like I said, they've done an incredible job of identifying areas that, need some attention. Back to the May 20th, 2024 staff report, and I've got 8 of these things tagged, but I probably won't have time to cover another one. But it underlies, that you could delay this to allow for more discussion, dialogue, public engagement where it's a two-way street. The compatibility of development, all that's being taken away if you approve as written. As the staff report says, removing implementation action, calling for the inclusion of compatibility standards such as for building scale, lot coverage, and vehicle access. I mean, that's just, those are basic things that are important to residents of this community. If you own property and where you live, you know your neighborhood, you know that Turnagain Parkway in the wintertime is less than 1 lane wide. But if you build fourplexes on several of the houses along that street and don't require any kind of parking, it's already an issue. These are the kinds of things that realistically would be affected. Removes language calling for public process, including collaboration with neighborhoods, from the implementation action to amend Title I to allow compact housing. That's a big deal if you just shut us out. Similarly, policy has changed to longer consider functional and aesthetic character of adjacent development, incompatibilities, including parking, traffic, shadowing, hours of operation, and other impacts that reduce the use and enjoyment of neighboring properties. No longer be a concern of this policy. That's what staff says. And they're right. From a community council perspective, they're absolutely right. Let's see, let me pick out a couple more. Staff says that although this change may be not detrimental to the health, safety, and welfare of the community, it is consistent with decades of public input, which has shown a consistent desire that new and infill development projects be developed in a manner that is compatible with surrounding neighborhoods. Loosening or removing consideration of impacts to adjacent development from our guiding policies would be a departure from the precedent and expectations set by the community. And I know that Ms. Zolotel said that she was concerned that expectations were probably shouldn't be there, so the public doesn't have any expectations. But if you want to live in a good neighborhood, and yeah, you know, that doesn't mean you're against housing, more housing. You just want it to be a good fit for the neighborhood that you're familiar with, a property owner that knows what's going on the ground. That level of evaluation and public input should not be removed. Let's see, staff said the longstanding policy is instrumental protecting our limited land base from encroachment and consumption by non-residential zoning districts. I think the presenters did address that to some degree, but I don't know how those of you who are much more intuitive on that, if that's a good argument or not with regard to that issue. So I could go on, but I see my time is almost up. I really appreciate your time. Again, I thank staff for all the work they've done, and Turnagain will continue to follow this as best we can under the circumstances of how time and consuming it's been. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? And did you testify on 0006 previously?
My name is Mark June, and I have not. And I'm here tonight speaking on behalf of the Hillside Area Landowners Association.
Okay, you'll receive the 10 minutes.
Okay.
Please spell your name.
Okay, my name is Mark June, June, and I'm speaking tonight representing the Hillside Area Landowners Organization and asking that you recommend against both ordinances before you. I've lived in Anchorage for 45 years. I've lived on Upper Yarmouth for 35 plus years. I have participated in zoning hearings before this body, as well as the Platting Board and the Board of Adjustment. I currently serve on the Board of Equalization, where property assessments are partly a function of both neighborhood and zoning. When I first came to Anchorage, zoning was partially by right. And what that basically meant is landowners said ownership of land gave them the right to do whatever they wanted to do with their land. For my house, my home today, I still see the remains of the old Spendlove gravel pit that is no longer operating but was authorized in those days under the absence of zoning. The concept of zoning by right within the Home Initiative, as well as its companion ordinance 2045, allowing the Assembly the power to eliminate what they consider to be inexpedient zoning procedures that would otherwise force a deliberative planning process in response to issues raised by the Planning Department, represent a marked, if not radical, change to land use planning in Anchorage. The concept of zoning by right within the Home Initiative, as well as its companion ordinance 2045, allowing the Assembly the power to eliminate inconvenient zoning procedures that require a deliberative planning process. I'm sorry. I lost track of where I was. Regarding changing the law to remove the procedural problems of the Home Initiative, this is not the way to address a radical and marked zoning change. Having committed to a land use process, the process should not be changed just because some members of the Assembly deem the process inconvenient or inexpedient for their political life expectancy. This is the worst justification for a change in procedure, and if a procedural change is truly justified, the change itself should be the product of the normal process as it existed before the proposed change. With respect to the home initiative and zoning by right, exclusive of Chugiak, Eagle River, and Girdwood, Halo represents the hillside neighborhood, a similarly distinct Anchorage community within the Anchorage communities, which do not have city sewer and water, have steep slopes, have wetlands, have septic challenges, lack ARDSA support, and have a history of large lot sizes of acre-plus lots. These are issues that a change in zoning does not address, and these are precisely the areas that require active supervision by this commission of landowners and subdividers who often have disagreements with neighbors, and it's up to this commission to balance the neighborhood rights under the existing zoning criteria with the development requests that are presented to them. If nothing else, the commission has the ability, if appropriate, to customize development to address the unique features of the land, which in itself is the reason for us having a specific hillside district plan. While sometimes messy, these plans require local government, including the planning department, including yourself, and including the assembly, to think through the wisdom and consequences of actions. I would also note that if the goal of these actions is to create more and more affordable housing, it is questionable whether the goal is supported by the legislation, as is evidenced by the recent experience of expanding rights to build ADUs and the recent ordinances addressing duplexes and triplexes, not resulting in an increase in those types of multifamily units. Finally, I would note that the literature gives mixed reviews to the concept of zoning by right. Some articles say that it's a good thing, some say not such a good thing. In closing, I would say that it's wrong to respond to procedural flaws in the home initiative by changing zoning procedures on shortened notice for the expediency of political terms and assembly members. I would say that zoning by right, at least on the hillside, is a bad idea, and that bad land use decisions live with us forever. We want to avoid making tomorrow's mistakes today. I'd ask that this commission recommend against both ordinances. When things are complicated, prudence says that one should take all the necessary time to think things through, and this is complicated. As always, the devil remains in the details, and there is a lot of details in both ordinances before you. And I would say that good ideas withstand the test of time and withstand the test of deliberation. Thank you.
Thank you. I have a question from a commissioner. Commissioner George.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. June, you and I have never met before. I'm not aware of, Mr. June, you and I have never met. I'm not aware of your personal professional qualifications, but given your public service experience that you noted for the record, given the ordinance and the comprehensive plan that we're contemplating here this evening, what's contained within it, do you think that there will be impacts to valuations, and would there be challenges for you and the others that serve on the commissions that you serve on?
I don't speak on behalf of the Board of Equalization, but I can tell you that when a rezone happens, and I know that you have a legal opinion that says this is a rezone, that can be a basis for a request to challenge the assessor's valuation. And that would be something that would be common knowledge for all citizens of the city. Does that address your question?
That does. It was a fairly open question. Thank you.
Okay.
I see no further questions.
Okay, thank you again for your time and
Thank you.
consideration.
Yeah, take the whole thing down. This, put it on the ground. You did good. Very good.
So, Ms. Holmes, we have you down as previously testifying.
Yeah, I
So
only
you will
get-
be,
I
as
only-
are you as an individual or a group for
Yeah.
0067?
Yeah, I only get 3 minutes,
Okay.
400 words. I'm Diane Holmes, speaking for myself. We all want more housing, but there are so many AOs dealing with rezoning here. It's hard to understand them, keep track of which one goes with which number, and respond in time or even know about them. Many of us gave good testimony for 06 before, and I hope you will keep that in mind. Some councils have been able to get their comments in but past the deadline, and I hope you understand that it's been an incredible feat for them to do so because even staff only got their orders a couple weeks ago. This is at least the second time in a few months that staff had to write complex reports in a short time frame. The public process these past months has been disgraceful. And the rezoning cases before you and the AOs that you were declined to review, or denied to review, rather, do nothing to improve the future in that regard. It's especially concerning are the AOs that want to change the rules so the home sponsors can affect rezoning by text amendments to Title 21, which we know is not legal. The message that the comp plan had to be amended before rezoning is now included in this case. But there are so many more things that conflict or are missing. That I ask that you not only deny this, but just don't postpone it. There's so many things involved. This zoning it rises to the level of a 10-year review and should be done and proposed. This is a huge rezone. Each landowner needs to be notified, not giving permission, but notified. Commercial use without limits will end up with less housing. You can't comment on each point, but I wish you could. There is so much at stake here that needs correcting and a legitimate public process, not a lobbying effort that we've been given. I know you want this off your desk, but please don't do it because the Assembly needs you, even if they refuse your recommendation, we need you to speak for us. This is so complex that we really need to follow Peter Lynch's principle, which says, vote it down unless you can illustrate it with a crayon. This is too much. Do not let this pass the way it is. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify? Please come forward, state your name, and if you could tell us if you previously testified, that would be helpful.
Hi, yes, I did previously testify on 0006. My name is Emily Weiser, and I'm a resident of Airport Heights. I'm here to support these changes to the comp plan because those plans were written a long time ago, and a lot has changed since then. We heard a little bit of that from the sponsors and from the planning staff report, actually. With increasing housing demand, increasing homelessness and housing insecurity, reduced building rates, the plans didn't intend to cause those things, and they didn't anticipate the circumstances that caused those things. And some of the actions that we've taken as a muni in the meantime have made it harder to meet the goals of the plan. We've implemented more restrictive Title 21 code, and that's part of what has seen the building rates fall. Now, code and zoning haven't caused all of the circumstances that have led to this situation, but code and zoning do need to respond to those circumstances. And it's pretty undeniable that we're not meeting the goals or the targets of the 2020 or 2040 plans. So we need to change something if we want to meet those targets. We need to decide, are we more wedded to the strategies that were laid out in those plans, or are we more wedded to the vision and the goals and really that kind of higher level, what do we want to see for our city? What do we need for our city? That includes more housing, it includes more density, which the comp plans originally had laid out. So I would support updating these plans to allow the home initiative, as well as just to allow more flexibility in general. I will also say, as a member of the public, I've really appreciated the public process. I think it's been probably the most robust that I've seen in Anchorage in terms of, this started last summer. It's already been delayed multiple times. There's been lots of outreach. There's been public webinars. We invited the sponsors to my community council meeting, and they provided their presentation there. So I think we've had enough time, and I also feel a sense of urgency that we need to get things happening. So I'd encourage you to recommend this and recommend it tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to testify, please step forward.
Hi, my name is Graham Downey. I'm the Economic Justice Lead with the Alaska Public Interest Research Group, and we submitted written comments on 006, which I think are also relevant to 0067. And I'd be happy to answer further questions if you had any about our comments, which were mostly a response to the Planning Department staff report. I want to recognize that you all are in a very strange position tonight. You're being asked by the Assembly to make recommendations to the Assembly. And I would feel weird if I was in your shoes, so I'm sorry. And I guess I would hope that we just get this done tonight, especially since you're giving the recommendation to the people who are asking for the recommendation. I'm not sure. ACPIRG loves public process. We are a good government organization. I'm not sure another 60 days of delay on this are going to make a meaningful difference in terms of the outcome. Kind of a weird meta comment, but just a weird situation that we're in right now. I think I'd like to highlight sort of one reality thing and one comment we made in our comments. I think the reality thing is, like, we all move through Anchorage every day, and our plans are not reality. Right? There's a real mismatch between the intentions and the goals that are in our documents and the actual built environment of Anchorage that we experience every day. And the effect of code, as detailed as it is very small on the real world. And I think when it comes to code, we've been extremely afraid of making change, right? Because we're really worried that, oh, this is going to lead to a gravel pit, or, oh, this is going to lead to the disasters of the 70s and 80s in terms of building. Frankly, I'm just not that worried. I think there's a pretty tenuous connection between the code and reality because we aren't actually building social housing, right? Like, these aren't government regulations about how the government will build housing. These are regulations about how the private market will build housing. We need the market to build the housing. We can't just magically will it into existence. So I think, like, reality in Anchorage today is dissatisfying for many of us. I think we need to take bold steps in order to make it better. The point I'll maybe emphasize from the report is, I think, related, which is about the burden of proof. So I think typically when you all are considering amendments and changes to the zoning code, you're considering new and additional requirements that are going to apply to property owners. So you're restricting folks' property rights. And that, I think, understandably should have a higher burden of proof. We should do cost-benefit analysis when we propose new zoning regulations. How much is this going to cost in terms of housing reduced, and how much is this going to benefit in terms of sunlight or green space or whatever? I think we should be more rigorous when we're adding new requirements, but conversely, when we are removing requirements, when we are simplifying the code, I think we can change the burden of proof. And the burden of proof, I think, shifts a little bit more to the status quo. Is the status quo working? Is the status quo what we want? Or is it not working? I think the answer is pretty clear in this case. So the burden of proof for me is less on, are we sure that home is going to produce more housing? Probably not, right? But are we sure that the status quo isn't working? I think the answer is yes. And we have seen evidence from many other cities that reducing zoning requirements leads to meaningful improvements in housing abundance and housing quality. So I'm happy to answer your questions, but I'll stop there.
Thank you. I see no questions. Anybody else wishing to testify, please come forward. Please state your name.
Hello, I'm Erin Baldwin Day, and this is my first time testifying before this commission.
Can you please spell that? And
Sure.
you'll receive the 6 minutes.
It's Erin, E-R-I-N, Baldwin, B-A-L-D-W-I-N, Day, D-A-Y. I currently live within the bounds of the Tudor Community Council. I'm the lead organizer for Mutual Aid Network of Anchorage, and I am also on staff part-time with Alaska Public Interest Research Group. I am a classic Anchorage boomerang kid. I grew up on the south side of Airport Heights. I hiked to Takishla to play pickup hockey. I jaywalked across Northern Lights to Wendler Junior High. I graduated from East High School. I spent a decade in Texas, and I now own a home in Geneva Woods. I'm here because I'm interested in supporting policies that provide a clear path for more housing to be built in Anchorage. As I mentioned, I live in Geneva Woods in a house that was built in 1969. It's an objectively unattractive split-level box. It's one of those unfortunate designs where you walk in the front door and you have to make an immediate decision up or down, and everybody plays the hokey pokey when they walk in the front door because there's not enough room to maneuver. We've all been in those houses here in Anchorage, but that's the house that my family could afford when we bought it in 2010. And the reason we could buy it was because it had an ADU that my father could live in, and we were purchasing our home together. 14 years later, we could never afford to purchase that same house because of the cost of housing in our neighborhood. And as I look around Geneva Woods, and particularly at the derelict single-family home across the street, compatibility with the surrounding neighborhood and neighborhood character are actually the least of my concerns. To me, that sounds like coded language, which has historically protected certain affluent areas of town from change and diversification. And whether we like it or not, change is happening in Anchorage, and it's already not pretty. In my professional world, I interact regularly with folks who don't have the disposable time or money to appear in this room. Even if they knew that this hearing was happening, they would be absolutely lost in the numbers, the jargon, and the tech speak. They don't get to be in this space, they don't show up at their community council meetings, and they don't participate in public comment sessions because they are working their butts off to survive. And yet, they are bearing the brunt of housing scarcity. They are the people whose daily lives are actually the most affected by this conversation, and they are woefully underrepresented in it. Their health, safety, and welfare is actually my primary concern. These folks, when they are looking for housing, they're not interested in neighborhood character. They're looking for a place to live that is safe. The rent is too damn high. The rentals that are available are in abysmal condition, and their path to ownership is very likely a dead end. To be truthful, I've spent weeks reading through ordinance drafts and zoning code and the absolute monstrosity that is Title 21, and I am still baffled at how or whether the comprehensive plan and the land use plan have actually moved the needle on robust housing development in this town. I literally don't know. I cannot tell. I am not an expert by any stretch, but I'm really hoping that the experts are listening. Again, I'm here in a very small attempt to represent the interests of the swath of Anchorage folks who don't get included in assembly outreach or planning department listening sessions. I'm here because I'm interested, like many others, in supporting pro-housing policies that are simple, smart, and effective. I am a reasonably educated woman with a smartphone. And it's still not entirely clear to me whose responsibility it truly is to create, enact, and implement such policy. And maybe that's part of the problem. The complexity itself is a barrier. I have an inkling that it's the people in this room who know the process, who know the code, and who can make recommendations to ensure that simple, smart, effective policy is what we enact. So I'm asking this commission to embrace that mandate, to think of the folks who don't get represented by their community councils, the folks who are, in fact, looking for housing that doesn't necessarily have anything to do with neighborhood character, but who are in fact doing the legwork of making our community run on a day-to-day basis. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else wishing to testify?
Hi, I didn't testify before.
Okay, you can pull that mic down. We'll be able to hear you better.
Is this better?
Yeah, please state your name for the record.
Yeah, I'm Claire Steffens, but you can call me Karen.
Okay.
And the reason you can call me Karen is because I'm a 44-year resident, a dinosaur, and I listen to all these young folks who say that the last 40 years of planning by thousands of hours of citizens to create the comprehensive plan and the zoning plans are worthless. And they say that because, and I forgive them, in their youth they don't understand the difference between urgency and what they call complexity. What they call complexity is the evolution of many people's thoughts in how to make a livable, quality environment. There's a reason we used to have a slogan called Wild About Anchorage. It's because it's not San Francisco, and it's not supposed to be San Francisco. I've been trying to separate my thoughts between the rezoning and the comprehensive plan. And all I come back to is the fact that the Assembly tomorrow is going to hear AO 2024-45S. And S is a substitute where they even say in part of that they don't have to follow the municipal code. In 2024, they take away the public process. So they don't even have to listen to you folks. They don't have to listen to us folks. So in terms of process that they say is adequate, they're already planning to make it totally inadequate, totally non-existent. So please, respect what your staff has done and vote no on both of these petitions because in fact, the comprehensive plan provides for infill. It provides for compact housing. It provides for the respect of the zoning that residents have purchased their homes and moved into to live in, knowing that they're going to have this kind of lifestyle. So if they want to live in dense urban areas with no silence, no quiet, no darkness, and plenty of traffic and fumes and noise, they can do that. That's what the core of urban Anchorage is all about. That's what the comprehensive plan has set out, specific places where more density is to be. Some people thrive on urban areas. I don't. I thrive on rural areas. I like the moose walking through my yard. I like the bear coming through my yard. I love the quiet. I can hear myself breathe at home, and I can't do that downtown. And I will not live in an apartment, an 8-plex, where I can hear my neighbors talking next door or their baby crying downstairs. That's not my lifestyle. Not my mother. She loved the urban life. I'm not like that. And there has to be a place for those of us who don't like the urban lifestyle. And you cannot throw their needs to the winds because you think you have the answer, and the answer is to provide more housing, more dense, in everybody's backyard. Okay, I'm getting excited, I'm sorry. Urgency is not an excuse to throw away 40 years of planning. The problem isn't zoning. The problem is economic. It's inflation. The cost of housing materials are off the charts. And the housing materials we get are of poor quality for the most part. So people are not wanting to build because they can't afford it. There's a lot of vacant property where we could build dense, compact housing. The big Timber Motel, the Northway Mall, It's not happening because it's not economically feasible. It's not a zoning issue. And as far as this not having places for people to come and live when they want to work here, if we had development of our natural resources instead of an economic squash of this state, we would be thriving like we used to. I want to bring you back to Tony Knowles. He was a Democratic mayor who brought people. He built community action. He would bring people together. He listened to people. The development in this city was made with the idea that residents could have a say in how they would live and where they would live. And those of us who live in the rural areas on septic and wells should not be made to live with 17 neighbors besides us simply because there's the land available. I'm running out of time. Okay, so the youth want urgency and the old people want predictable, quality environments. Let's not build slums. When Ms. Brawley came and gave us our spiel on this, and I can't understand all of the complexity of this, but she said, San Francisco is our model to follow. I disagree. San Francisco is the pits. If she wants San Francisco, move there. Don't bring it here. It's not fair to the rest of us. So, please don't rezone any area that has well or septic on it. Leave it as rural. Thank you. And
Thank you. I see no questions.
I'm sorry?
There's no questions.
Oh, okay, thank you.
Anybody else wishing to testify?
Mr. Chair, we do have one person on the phone, I believe.
Okay, we will go to Ms. Pease. So, and Ryan, she did not testify previously, but we just want clarification that.
Hello, this is Nancy.
Good evening, Ms. Pease. This is the Planning and Zoning Commission calling for public testimony for both cases 2024-006 and 2024-0067. Are you testifying as an individual or representing a group?
I am representing Rabbit Creek Community Council this evening.
All right. We had previous testimony from Rabbit Creek Community Council, so she would probably wants to be an individual on case 0006 and then represent a group on 0067, which gives her 8 minutes.
Very well. I will start off on behalf of Rabbit Creek Community Council. Rabbit Creek Community Council asks you, the Commission, to adopt the Planning Department's analysis and recommend the indefinite postponement of AO 44. It would be premature to set a future hearing date for substitute to 44 until a meaningful and complete public process has been scoped and the resources have been committed to planning staff to do proper analysis and public outreach. Ordinance 44 is more than a bundle of amendments to the comprehensive plan. We disagree with Ms. Zalatel and Brawley that 44 takes nothing from the comp plan. It undercuts the comp plan and the 2040 land use plan by removing key elements. No longer targeting infill and redevelopment to occur in blighted areas and central locations. No longer matching new growth to existing infrastructure capacity. No longer minimizing future vehicle traffic. No longer preserving and strengthening distinctive neighborhood characteristics. In addition to removing key elements of the comprehensive plan, Ordinance 44 paves the way for easier rezoning and variances based on unvetted trends. Ordinance 44 would be based on, quote, the most current comprehensive planning guidance. 44 doesn't specify whose guidance, thereby opening the door to special interests and backroom deals. In addition, the phrase most current sounds like trendiness, and trendiness runs counter to the primary public benefit of zoning expressed in 2103-160. Quote, zoning is intended to provide a degree of certainty that is important for long-term investment and neighborhood cohesion and stability. Rabbit Creek requests the Commission to follow the Planning Department's 3 recommendations, and I'll repeat the 3rd recommendation for emphasis. Follow the intent of the comprehensive plan rather than subvert it. Actually, what they said was reduce the need for so many comprehensive plan amendments. Yes, follow it, don't dismantle it. Rabbit Creek has 3 more main points. 1, that neighborhood and district plans should be carefully considered before determining appropriate rezoning. These plans should not be carelessly buried and killed by changes to the broader comprehensive plan the way trees are often killed by misplaced fill. The Hillside District Plan, for example, has numerous environmental and infrastructure considerations as well as neighborhood characteristics and qualities that should be duly considered during discussions of rezoning. Second point, beware of the haste urged by the Assembly and some of those testifying. Reject the Assembly's assertion that rezoning is an emergency response to housing unaffordability. Rezoning won't provide a surge of housing on a scale or a near-term timeline that will relieve frustrated renters and aspiring homeowners. Data shows that current zoning provides sufficient acreage for multifamily housing needs. That's in the land use plan. And Anchorage has already expanded the acreage and locations available for ADUs, 3-plexes, and 4-plexes. Rezoning will not produce fast housing construction. We all know that the Anchorage housing market is repressed by mortgage rates, construction costs, labor shortages, the stagnant economy, and other external forces. Zoning is not a cork in a bottle. Housing will not pour forth if there is area-wide rezoning. So don't speed through this. Do it well. Third, ensure the public's right to informed, meaningful participation in the comp plan amendment. Good public planning takes data, expert analysis, and time to educate and involve the public and stakeholders in discussions, not just presentations. Other cities that have done major rezoning have taken several years. Anchorage residents deserve the same. And again, don't be led to a false need for speed. I'd like to close on this ordinance with a comparison. You commissioners are the trusted advisors to guide the implementation of the comprehensive plan. A comprehensive plan is like the picture on the cover of a jigsaw puzzle box. You need to keep looking at the final picture as you implement this plan. If the pieces aren't coming together quickly, the best strategy is to target efforts on some geographical part of the puzzle, such as a central feature. Call that targeted infill. But instead of focusing on targeted infill, the Assembly has decided they don't like the pieces. And they propose with their comp plan amendment and area-wide rezoning to swap out some of the pieces all across the puzzle with pieces that are blunt-edged and borrowed from elsewhere. And then the puzzle won't come together. And then the final picture is unclear and unpredictable. So keep looking at the whole picture of the comprehensive plan. Don't swap out clear, critical pieces as Ordinance 44 and 87 would do. Postpone Ordinance 44 and call for a comprehensive plan review with collaborative public involvement before rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I see no questions. Last chance. Anybody wishing to testify, please step forward. We have the petitioner's rebuttal. You have 3 minutes and 26 seconds.
All right, thank you very much. So what I want to say is public policy isn't always popular, even though it's necessary and appropriate. So I want to give you a menu of actions I think you could choose to take. First is a resolution recommending approval of AO 2023-87S as written, as well as the comp plan and land use plan amendments. You could do a resolution recommending approval with certain amendments. We believe that recommendations on the following would be appropriate. Up to 4 units in single and 2-family residential zones, consistent with the Planning Department's recommendation. Commercial use in compact mixed residential zones. Does the commission support this? Would it make a recommendation? Impact on special limitations. We discussed this at the work session. Dates of implementation. Again, we discussed this at the work session. Rolling implementation, especially when it comes to large lot residential. You could do a resolution recommending disapproval of all 3 items that have been brought before you, or a motion to postpone. That motion to postpone, we think, should be very specific, however. We believe that if additional time is needed to consider the home initiative, the code is currently silent on who is to prepare a resolution to the commission. The commission could direct the sponsors of the ordinance to prepare a draft resolution for its deliberation and approval, outlining the amendments that we have put forward here, really giving you a choose your own adventure resolution. There are lots of options to put before you. A couple of things on dates that we think would be appropriate to consider. This action is set to come back before the Assembly on the 25th of June. There is a Planning and Zoning Commission meeting on the 3rd of June and on the 10th of June, so we do think that there is the opportunity to do that. Finally, we think that we would request that whatever proposed resolution is approved by the body, it contains the following findings of fact. The intent of the home initiative, and let me remind you, home is housing opportunities in the municipality for everyone, is intended to implement the land use plan, meeting housing needs for the community, simplifying the existing zoning code, and provide the flexibility to integrate residential and non-residential uses and encourage reinvestment and revitalization. The home initiative serves to simplify standards, allow for more types of housing, and streamline the process for mixed-use zoning district consistent with the goals and policies both set forth in the 2040 Land Use Plan and the Anchorage Bowl Comprehensive Plan. Amendment to the zoning code may be accomplished 2 ways, by amending the zoning map or by amending the text of the zoning ordinance. A map amendment or zoning or rezoning changes to the boundaries or use designation of a particular district on the map. A text amendment modifies the regulations that apply to all land in the district. And finally, the home initiative did not constitute a rezoning, as it does not seek to alter or amend the official zoning map, to alter or amend the official zoning map of a particular use district, but instead constitutes a text amendment within the plain meaning of section 21-03-210 as it modifies or expands the property rights of landowners throughout the district. I will remind you, this is about simplifying and consolidating zoning districts. What we have proposed exists within the current zoning districts for 90% of what we have proposed.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the petitioner? Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. I'm sure I'll have other questions as we kind of get into it, but the last point you made kind of reminded me that it had always seemed a little curious to me, the question as to whether this counts as a rezoning or not. I think partly for the reasons that you stated, and it does seem like it's different from how I at least had read the code with what that language is intending to capture. It seems like you could certainly envision some amendments that make some changes to a particular zoning district. That doesn't necessarily mean it's a rezone. And I'm curious, we got an opinion on that. And is this an issue that I know you had referenced that you had counsel looking at this too. And so this is, I think, is the first I've heard from you on that particular issue. Is that something that you have formal advice from your attorneys, or how are you viewing that piece of it?
So our attorneys helped write my cheat sheet for tonight, and so the code provision is the code version they believe apply. This isn't like taking a parcel and changing its defining characteristics. What it is doing is saying you are already in a place that contemplated these things. We are just expanding what you can do. It is not restricting what you can do. Go ahead, Anna.
Yeah, and I'll just briefly add for context. To our knowledge, and I believe staff has confirmed this as well, what we called the Title 4 rewrite, or sorry, Title 21 rewrite from about 20 years ago now, or a decade or so, was also not considered an area-wide rezone, even though it made significant changes to not so much the underlying zoning districts, but it added on design standards, overlays, a number of other policies. And similarly, the site access ordinance that was referenced earlier created a physical or a geographic boundary on the map where those items applied, and was also not considered an area-wide rezone.
Something I think we should think about is when the commission recommended approval of the triplex fourplex reform, we took one zone, R2M, and we amended dimensional standards within it, right? And that was a Title 21 text amendment, not considered a rezone. So I guess a question that I would ask, we are proposing to consolidate zones, and in doing so, making a lot of the dimensional standards match, right? R1 through R2D, for instance, the consolidation of those 4 zones. It almost occurs to me that I think what some folks, maybe in the department or community members, are having a hard time wrapping their head around is that we're reducing the descriptors of the zones, right? So instead of 15 residential zones, we would have 5. Well, what if we just we had the same zones as they were mapped, we didn't consolidate them, but we just changed the dimensional standards for them still to match? So we would still have then the same minimum lot size in R2D as we do in R1A. So functionally, what we're doing is we are making those dimensional standards match. We're also permitting more of the commercial uses, and as Member Zalatel said from the cheat sheet, we do want your finding, your recommendation on that. But if the path is that we have to keep all 15 zones, but then we can be more flexible on the dimensional standards and the permitted uses, okay, so be it. And I think that's why, for me, we are consolidating the zones, but we're not really expanding or contracting current existing zones. So just another layer to put on there for you.
Do we have any other questions?
I wanted to offer, my cheat sheet is in writing if you all would like copies for reference.
Are you interested in is any commissioners interested in obtaining the cheat sheet? Yes. Commissioner Ron has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Interested in the petitioner's response to public testimony around 2024 in the 45S version. And what I'm getting at is what are the petitioner's intentions, given the multiple potential outcomes tonight, if it doesn't land, okay, seems like you understand my question, thanks.
Yep, so I understand the question to be, what would the impact of 45S be that we're taking up tomorrow night on this particular initiative?
That is part A, since that was brought into public testimony, and beyond that, what future recourse would you intend to take with this moving forward if it doesn't move in the direction that you want it to?
One, I'm going to take them in inverse order. What will we intend to do? I don't know. It will depend on the commission's recommendations, we would take those back and consider them. I think that's what we do as assembly members when we receive the commission's recommendations. We do know it will go for public hearing before the assembly at the end of June. So that does give us some time scale to evaluate. We'll probably want to see what your recommendations are. I can't predict what they are. I think, as I mentioned, there is a menu of options. With regard to 45S, I think there are a lot of misconceptions about this ordinance, and we've been working very closely with our council. The ordinance is best characterized as about how the assembly can initiate into these processes. The code does not contemplate the assembly itself initiating these processes. In terms of a Title 21 text amendment or a concurrent Title 21 text amendment brought with a comp plan and land use plan amendment. This wonderful chart, we've laid it out as to how all those things move. I think the biggest upset about 45S is that what is not baked into the code, and we talked about this a little bit earlier, is the public's expectation for time, right? Right now, the expectation for time as built in Title 21 is 21 days. Now, when something goes to the planning department, how the planning department treats that, particularly in an individual land case, that time that it takes to move through the process is the time that it's currently taking to move through the process. So I think that's really where the crux of this lies, is 45S talks about how we can go concurrently to the planning department and say, hey, we want to initiate this change and we want to go under these code provisions. It doesn't circumvent public process. It doesn't eliminate public notice. It doesn't do any of those things. It just provides our pathway along with the same pathway that another department, if they wanted to institute a change under Title 21, could follow as well. And it distinguishes it from an individual property owner trying to do something as to a particular parcel. Because that is a big part of this, is we're not trying to do something with regard to an individual parcel, but as we've worked through this process, we've been treated basically like an individual applicant.
And I'll just add very briefly, I think the story of 45S is really born out of all of the kind of procedural confusion that we've all been struggling with since March moving through this process, right? Because apparently no one had tried in the last 10 or so years since Title 21 was updated to include some of those provisions as well as what was already there. No assembly sponsor had apparently initiated an ordinance that moves through this process and changes Title 21 in a way that did not already basically initiate with staff. And so really it's just a gap that was discovered in code. And so in terms of how it relates to this process, it's really trying, this process illuminated a gap that existed that we are trying to address because it is inconsistent with the rest of code and our role as legislators.
I want to just add one more thing to that. Anna reminded me, when we bring a Title 21 change to the planning department, if they agree, one of two things will occur. They'll initiate a process like the 3 and 4-plex process, or just like I did a couple of weeks ago, I took an issue with a Title 21 issue. The planning department came up with the solution, drafted the ordinance and said we should waive planning and zoning commission, and we're going to hear it 2 weeks later. Right? So there are ways, as long as the planning department is in agreement. However, when the planning department is not in agreement or doesn't want to initiate what you're wanting to initiate, if you are an assembly member or even if you are a department, there's no clear process for that.
As far as the public notice requirements, when the Assembly or the administration or the Planning and Zoning Commission, you guys, you can bring forward a Title 21 text amendment or other land use. Did you know that? You guys have that power. It's kind of cool. So versus an individual property owner, when it's those entities, the public notice involved would still contemplate that it would have to be publicly noticed on the municipal website, and that notice would have to go out to all of the community councils. unlike when there's an individual property owner, there would not be the mailed notices to all of those properties, and there would also not be posted notice on each property, because if you're doing a broader scale rezone that simultaneously impacts a lot of property rights, number one, is it feasible to do that? And number two, I think it's a different situation for when an individual property owner is they're requesting to expand their own property rights in a way that is, they're currently prohibited from.
Thank you. Mr. Yell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify, the ordinance that was sent to the Assembly Planning Department did not advocate for waiving Planning and Zoning Commission. Assembly Council had put that into the ordinance, so I just want to be very clear about that. Second, I'd be happy to, if this is an appropriate time, to talk about the question of the area-wide rezoning, if that question still remains. So an easy way that we can sort of explain from our perspective why we would consider this a rezone is, for example, the consolidation of the residential districts up on the hillside. So there's currently the R6, the R7, the R8, the R9, the R10. It's all one big border of the hillside. We're erasing all of those zoning boundaries within it, and now it's just going to be one zoning district. So all of those parcels are reclassified into large lot residential. Same thing would happen in a similar fashion to the single family zoning districts, where now they're being combined with two family zoning districts. So that's a simple way of kind of explaining the rezoning question, why we would consider this an area-wide rezone. Any further clarification, I will turn it over to my colleague in the Municipal Attorney's Office.
Good evening. I'm Allison Bolgiano. I'm an Assistant Municipal Attorney in the Municipal Attorney's Office. I wrote the rezoning and the comp plan amendment, comp plan consistency opinions that are part of the materials for 240006. So I think to add on a little bit about the difference between, or what a zone is versus, say, dimensional standards in the text, I like to think a zone is a suite. It's a whole group of rules about permitted uses, dimensional standards, design standards. And so I think having zoning districts, I think we can probably all agree those create some convenience because you get a heading and then you get rules. So with a rezoning, basically I like to think of it as if something's going from, to use our current words, like R2M to a different residential zone, you're swapping out that whole set of rules, and that would be a rezoning. I think Member Voland is right that you could, in some ways, accomplish the same end by going into the text of our zoning code and changing the permitted uses and some of the standards for dwelling units in all 15 residential zones, and that would achieve largely the same end of allowing duplexes everywhere, allowing triplexes in more residential zones. But with the home initiative, the Assembly has chosen what I can only read under a plain reading of our code to be a rezoning because, as Ryan explained, we're erasing and reclassifying zones and zoning districts on the official land use map, and that pretty much precisely fits the definition of a rezoning under AMC 21.15.040. I agree and sympathize with Assembly sponsors that our code doesn't do a good job of contemplating a rezone sponsored by the Assembly, and so I like to, as I've been thinking about this over the last months, viewing this as right now our code prescribes a set of procedures for a rezoning, and until I think to me, the legal way to, when we have a rezoning, the legal thing to do is to follow those procedures until the assembly uses its legislative powers to change those procedures, or to just follow the procedures as set out for a rezoning. That's, yeah, and I guess lastly, we want to note, there is the practical aspect that without a new official zoning map, which is, official zoning maps are what rezoning's all about, the new dimensional standards and new uses we won't have the tool by which to apply them anywhere. If we don't have a new official zoning map, which is the definition of a rezoning, then the rules, regulations, standards essentially don't apply anywhere, and we have no tool to classify and figure out what uses are allowed, what a building should look like on a property in the municipality.
Can I just follow up with that?
Mr. Chair, can we clarify the record really quick? She said the assembly is brought forward. We need to say the assembly sponsors. We do not speak for the entirety of the body, and it's a very important point that we keep that very clear, that we're 3 assembly sponsors. The assembly is not weighed in on this.
Thank you. So I guess I want to just ask, I have R10 lots, and assuming this just cruised on through and became the code of the day, and what I'm looking at today would essentially be large lot residential. But are you telling me that when I go to get a building permit, the municipality of Anchorage wouldn't be able to tell me that this table right here applies to my lot?
I'm going to ask for Ryan's help on that one, but if the official zoning map is not updated to reflect the changes that assembly sponsors are proposing in the home initiative, then yes, then the municipality won't have a tool to know what you can do on your lot.
Thank you. And then this is to the petitioners. I guess, given that, is it assumed that a new zoning map would accompany this?
Yes, Mr. Chair, and frankly, they are mapped. They're currently called land use designations, so it wouldn't be an onerous task to simply remap based on what is already in existence. You can look now.
Right, in the 2040 land use plan?
Yes.
Yeah. And then I got a couple questions on the large lot. My sense is that this area needs something. The first is, if I'm understanding correctly, R7, which is currently allowed at half-acre lots, the now minimum lot size is 1 acre. And so that's a little bit of an issue. In the R10 district is like steep slope side of a mountain, and that's where we currently allow 10-foot front yard setbacks, and I'm working on a house right now where I didn't know why you would ever want to do that until I realized that you might be, 80 feet in the air before you're 25 feet back on the lot. So do you have any ideas on tweaks to some of the stuff in this table that could be problematic for the R10 areas of the large lot residential as contemplated?
Yeah, a couple thoughts on the specifics, but I'll reiterate also one way to not solve the content of what you're raising, but to give more time, is to delay the implementation of the large lot residential changes, and that was something that the sponsors have also contemplated. And in fact, in the original 87S ordinance, I think it does split off some of these new zones from others. And so that's an option. In terms of content, of course, one option is to increase the minimum or the minimum setback and then address things through variances, but that would be in conflict with our general idea of being more flexible. Another thought because I've contemplated this as well, is should there be 2 large lot zones, for example, one that preserves the half acre and then the rest are 1 acre. I think there's a valid argument there. It's less of a valid argument why we still have 4 acre minimum lots in our code. And then I'll just observe generally, not only are the hillside lots, all of the hillside zoning districts, R6 through R10, appear to be from the 1980s as far as we could tell, so it did not appear that they were substantially updated during the Hillside District Plan during the Title 21 rewrite. And in fact, in 2003, Clarion Associates recommended district consolidation in its initial draft or initial analysis of old, current, at that time, current Title 21, now it's old Title 21, and they identified some, I don't remember if they identified R7 specifically, but they did recommend considering consolidation of some of those zones. But I think there are different ways to handle both the policy itself and then the timeline by which those decisions get worked out.
I'll just comment real quick on that. Like, one thing I don't like is to prolong this process. I'm a Title 21 rewrite survivor and still affected by that. And so if we're going to move forward with something, I would prefer to do it right and get it done. One option would be on the R10 stuff is just saying lots with steep slopes that inhibit the ability to get the front yard setback waived. And then on like R7 and R9, the R9's large lots, R7 is the small lots. There's not really much of that in existence. And so I don't know if it needs to be we need to make a huge deal out of something that doesn't barely exist. And I made a comment earlier about seeing the code written before it's implemented, and that's like a lesson learned from the site access thing, where we saw it here, we passed it, and I remember making the comment, I don't know exactly what this says. I can't take 50 different paragraphs from random sections of the code and then understand how this works in the code. So I'd really like, if we're going to contemplate this, and we've heard a lot from the public about skepticism and fear and this and that, I think it would really be appropriate to get something passed, get it written by planning staff into Title 21, and let everyone take a second look at it, test it. I think we could alleviate a lot of the public's concern if we were to take that approach, and that would allow for the time to make the small tweaks needed to say large lot to figure out how to deal with that. And I'm just curious what you guys think of that idea.
I appreciate that. One thing I would point out is that in the revised S version draft that was in your packets, our slope and bedrock considerations are actually more expansive. We bring them out of R10 and apply them to all of the large lot residential consolidated zones. When we met with the Geotechnical Advisory Commission, really the question kind of became, this was also referenced in the staff report, certain natural hazards or potential sort of unspecified economic hazards as a justification for keeping some single-family zoning. We have slope considerations exist not only in what is currently mapped as R10, they exist elsewhere in the municipality. So do fire hazards, wildfire, so do seismic considerations. There are seismic considerations downtown, for instance, that make development difficult. And so should any of those potential, geological or natural hazard considerations, should they be attached to any specific single zone, or should they just be mapped and the conditions exist where they exist. So if we're going to say in R10, because of slope and bedrock, we have to have even more constrained, or you could have expanded dimensional standards, why not in R8? Or if you have special seismic regulations in R7, why wouldn't those be elsewhere in the municipality where those potential hazards exist? So I actually think some of that in the future, a future project would be we need to decouple that from zoning, and we need to have those hazards mapped where they are. And then potentially, we could have it elsewhere in Title 21 or even bring it into Title 23 building code. So I guess that would be my answer to some of that. As far as kind of going back to the drawing board and having the planning department lead this process, I will just speak candidly, I don't trust them to do that.
Well, I guess at some point, the code is going to have to get written, and there's a entity within the municipality that enforces it. And I guess I don't think you want to be down at the zoning counter arguing with me about what the code says on any given day.
So what I think I'm hearing you say is you would like to see what the code looks like. And I think in order to get to that point, we need to make the policy choice first, right? And that's where we're at. And so there are a lot of tools at our disposal to get to where you want to be. Recommendation from this body that there's concurrence on the policy considerations, and before it would be implemented and live, you would want to see X, Y, Z, including a full code right out into the public for X amount of time for purposes of digesting and time for asking questions, right? Implementation questions. That would be about around its effective date, right? We've seen other complex areas of code at the state level be rewritten that way, where it was, yes, we agree as a policy matter, and before we will say it will go effective, you need to take care of this laundry list of things in order to get to full-blown code. The Assembly likewise can agree to pass a policy change and identify the work to be done up against an implementation date deadline, which gets you out of Title 21 survivor syndrome in that there is a deadline approaching, which will keep the work moving expediently.
I just want to make one comment on Assemblymember Volan's comments. So I'm fortunate enough to be around in old Title 21, and I've seen how new Title 21 addresses so many of these issues that are wrapped up in the zoning, like the R10. We have steep slope sections of code now, and there's several other instances where it's just like old code still, some of the old code came to the new code, even though we had things to replace it. Like the site condo ordinance is another example of old code that still like lingers out there, even though the new code has a whole new set of rules to address that. And now we just ended up with the old code layers and the new code layers, in which is part of the problem. And so I generally support anything that tries to simplify and solve. And I guess we'll leave it at that.
Can I clarify, Mr. Chair?
Okay, one real quick, and then I have a question from another commissioner.
Yeah, so when I say I don't trust the planning department to initiate that type of process that you're talking about, we had made a request that the planning department help us identify those needed amendments to the comp plan and 2040 land use plan that would be consistent with the home initiative. And we waited for them to bring something forward, and they never did. And I just feel like all along this process, when we've said, we want to partner with you in this, we just haven't received any work product. And so we have really, I feel, the sponsors kind of busted our butts to get something drafted, to put pen to paper, and to get you the revised S version, that draft that you have. So, because we did hear that feedback from the public. Okay, you're going to consolidate zones, then what? Right? What are those dimensional standards going to be? What are those permitted commercial uses going to be in the higher density zones? And so we attempted to answer those questions, and that's what we presented to the public. So appreciate that.
Thank you. Commissioner Krishna.
Maybe a question to this body, which is, I feel like we're straying a little bit into work session question and answer territory, and maybe are getting to the point of the night where our brains are not working quite as well. So I think my question is, do we feel ready to move into amendments or a work session to figure out our amendments, or yes? I guess I will leave that with the chair.
Well, what I was planning to do was exhaust all questions for the petitioner and then close the public hearing. So if we're to that point, we're missing one commissioner, but I might just close it without him. Okay, Commissioner Pullis.
Mr. Volin, to what you were saying, I'm just throwing this out there. I feel like a lot of the previous Title 21 issues are a resource issue. Like, it took 10 years to get where we're at now because they don't have the time to just write all that stuff like you guys want. I was thinking the whole time when you guys first came to us, like, man, I wish I could sit down for a week, look through all this stuff, and apply all this information and give you guys, like, this is how you should do it. Never found the time. I don't think the planning staff is ever going to find the time to. It's a struggle. And so that's kind of in my head the issue is, like, we can do all this right now, but then if we don't, I mean, I feel like we're eventually, no matter what we do, okay, we approve this tonight, they still got to go back, and I think you guys are going to disagree with me on this. I think there's still going to be a zoning map amendment at some point in the future. I think there's going to be a comprehensive plan amendment. I think there's going to be cleanup in Title 21. I think even the district plans are going to have to clean stuff up. So we approve all this right now. I still feel like it's going to drag out for a couple of years because of resources. Do you guys have any ideas for that? I mean, can we fund something to have someone come in and do that? Can we do all? I mean, that's my question.
Yeah, so we've worked with a consultant that, just was hired by one of my co-sponsors to do a lot of this work. I feel like we've brought the work product forward, and whether that's capacity issues at the planning department or a lack of political will, I don't know. We're also in a space right now where that 2040 land use plan was completed in 2017, and most of those action implementation items had 3 to 5 year timelines, and they haven't been accomplished. And so the home initiative is partially a response to that inaction, the fact that those things have not been brought forward. And I think my argument is, as long as we're following the intent of the plan to create the types, the diversity of housing that are envisioned in the plan, then we're on the right track. And I think it is sooner or later going to take decisive action. It's going to take, frankly, assembly members who are willing to face the political fire to bring something forward. I think Member Zolotel would like to answer your question, though, too.
We added a planner in the budget, right? And we did that knowing we were bringing this work. We added that money in November. It's still there. And I understand there are workforce challenges in this municipality, but there are lots of challenges in this municipality. It is a lot of work to do a change like this. It is a lot to sit down with it and grasp it and spend time with it. The planning department is very busy. 3 assembly members and our council and our legislative services staff is very busy. This is one competing priority amongst many. I think the big takeaway is that we've committed resources to this, both in our branch as well as through the additional planning position. And if we were working against a policy recommendation that we have a deadline for implementation, I think the resources will be there to make it get done, whether that's a reallocation of that planning department staff member into a consultant role. We have some internal housing policy resources within the assembly branch. We have made, as an assembly and through appropriations throughout the municipality, housing a top priority. There are resources to be brought to bear if we know the will to use them is there.
Commissioner George.
Thank you, through the chair. Assemblymember Voland, you mentioned just a moment ago that a consultant was hired for this effort. I was quite impressed with all of the work product that's come out on this. This is, my fellow colleague mentioned if they could sit down for a week and write, they could probably come up with something. But, it struck me that the amount of work that's gone into this is more than I think 3 people could probably do. Would you please state for the record who the consultant was hired to assist with this?
Yep. So Mr. Lang, who's here tonight, was working as an aide for Member Zolotel. She can speak to that.
I want to be really clear with that. It's a consultant, but it's my personal aide. We have a stipend or a budget we can use for our policy
Okay, so
priorities.
It's an assembly aid, and it's not like an outside consultant.
No, it is my assembly aide.
Thank
It
you.
feels diminishing to call him an aide, but it's Jonathan
I
Lang.
served as a legislative aide. I'm not offended.
Okay, thank you.
Just for the public process, when we talk about all of a sudden at this point of the process that there's been a consultant who's drafted this, my public protection, my ears perk up a little bit. Thank you.
And also just briefly add, in addition to that work, we've gotten informal advice from some peers as well as, I am a practicing planner as well. I am not a zoning expert, and so I would not stand up and say that I am the one qualified to write all of our zoning code, but I am extremely familiar with comprehensive plans, and I am familiar with the general principles of zoning. And we've also asked a lot of folks who use the code on a daily basis, professionals, for their advice as well.
So we certainly benefit from your personal professional expertise and your skills that you bring. Those are value-added skills. So however the process plays out, we are better for it. Thank you.
Okay. Last chance. Closing the public hearing unless somebody wanted to. Closing it. What is the will of the body?
Mr. Chair, we have a commissioner wanting, I think, the floor for a comment.
Oh, do we have to move it?
Who would that be?
Commissioner George, sitting to my left.
Procedurally, if we have to move it first in order to comment, I'm fine with that procedurally. I think we established that earlier in the evening.
Perfect. Okay, we have a motion. Commissioner Krishnan, would you like to state your motion?
Sure. I move to recommend approval to the Anchorage Assembly of Case 2024-0067, Comprehensive Plan Amendment to Anchorage 2020, and the Anchorage 2040 Land Use Plan to allow for implementation of the home initiative subject to the Planning Department's recommendations 1, 2, and 3, shown on pages 18 and 19 of the staff report.
That's seconded by Commissioner Gardner. Commissioner Krishnan, would you like to speak to your motion? Yes, you have the floor.
I am just kicking us off, and I will, the floor is open for any comments or subsequent motions.
Commissioner Ron.
Thank you. I'm seeking clarification on the motion on the floor, perhaps not understanding its language in the context of what I interpret as the department's recommendation, or at least the preface to the recommendations, and that is of postponing the action. So is this a motion to postpone, or is this a motion to approve?
It is a motion that I read on my screen, so.
I believe their initial recommendation is to postpone, but the recommendation 1, provide more collaborative, complete, comprehensive plan amendment consistent with 10-year targeted plan review. Yeah, it sounds like it's a hybrid. But if anybody had an amendment that they wanted to move to change things in a different direction, then I'd say go for it. Anyone's feeling strongly?
So, Mr. Chair, I wasn't looking at my screen during that last interchange, and it looks like the language may have changed now. So just seeking confirmation from the person who made, the commissioner that made the motion, that that in fact reflects what was intended.
I'm going to withdraw the motion that I stated since this is quite different.
So maybe we need to start by somebody feeling, Commissioner Gardner, are you making a motion?
I am making a motion.
Do you want to read it or state it?
I will state it.
Perfect.
And this is really, I think the intent is to just kind of have something on the floor that we can work with as an initial baseline. My motion is in case 2024-0067. Would be just as a starting point to approve, sorry, you can extract the starting point language from my motion, that's not intended to be in there, is to approve the amendment to the comprehensive plan to allow implementation of the home initiative.
Is there a second? Commissioner Gardner, would you like to speak to your motion? That has been seconded by Commissioner Krishnan.
So I think I'm really open to other thoughts as to what this ultimately ends up shaping and looking like. I will say as a general matter, in response to some of the items that I think the sponsors were looking for, I do very much support the general policy goals and intent of the motion. I also think it's not important, or it is important to not get totally bogged down in the details at this stage, in that you can always find ways, as we see in a lot of these cases, right, where it is controversial, you can always find ways and something that requires more review, more detail. But I do think that there is a strong and significant need for some sort of change to make it easier to provide housing in this community. I don't view this motion, I think it's also significant, which I think we heard some testimony earlier today, that this is not restricting adding additional, or it's not intended to add additional restrictions on anybody's rights. We're really opening up the ability as a general matter to provide more housing more easily. I have some concerns, and I guess I'll speak just to one of them at the moment, which is the open-ended nature of commercial use in some of the proposed districts. I do find compelling the planning department's discussions on this point, and particularly with respect to manufactured home communities. We've seen that some of those are lost, and I understand the sponsors' general thought that this will, by simplifying development, will lead to more overall development, and even if you don't necessarily have some parcel that's developed to include residential, but overall you might end up with more, but you lose a couple of those communities which are relatively dense, and it takes a lot to account for that lost housing. So I have a lot of concerns with that piece of it, and to the extent we are adding specific areas that we would like to see resolved or addressed in the future, that would be one for me.
Anyone else? Commissioner Pullis.
I just want to second Commissioner Gardner's, kind of issue with allowing the commercial to move into residential areas easier. I don't know if that's exactly how it's stated. I've read a lot of stuff here lately, but I did catch that, it sounds like it's a little easier for the commercial stuff to move into residential areas, and that is probably the only thing that bothers me a lot. I am willing to risk, a little bit of, this isn't my neighborhood, to allow a couple duplexes and triplexes in there. That seems like a good move, but the commercial part kind of bothers me.
And I will speak in favor of the motion, seconding a lot of what Commissioner Gardner said, but also clarifying that this is on the comp plan amendment, and after we talk about the comp plan amendment, then we can talk about the home and the changes to Title 21. And Commissioner Gardner, I just want to clarify, the motion's still good based on those comments.
I appreciate the clarification. Thank you.
Commissioner Krishna.
Sure, I do intend to support this motion. I want to note that we did receive a lot of testimony tonight. We did not receive testimony on specific changes to wording in this ordinance or specific objections to content in the comprehensive plan amendment that I heard or absorbed. So knowing that we could spend an endless amount of time editing and amending our comprehensive plan and revisiting those policy recommendations, and also acknowledging that that's not why we're here tonight, and more narrowly, we're looking at a amendment that allows for the implementation of the home initiative and taking the sponsors and staff's sort of understanding that this would allow for that. I don't really have much of an objection to this specific language, and I'm sure the public will weigh in at a later stage if they have more specific recommendations.
Commissioner George.
Thank you. Through the chair, I have a lot of thoughts on the comprehensive plan and its process, why it's important, and of course the overall home initiative itself, but I'm going to try and limit it because I think my fellow commissioners have raised very valid points. And there's something that I think does need to be established, at least procedurally, because we are an independent body. So I'll start off with, I have got a copy of the 2020 comprehensive plan in front of me. On page 6, it talks about how it was developed through a process that was integrated with extensive public comment and involvement, analyses of population, economic and land use trends. The process began with community vision, led to the creation of goals and objectives. It took several years, as the sponsors noted during their presentation earlier. It started between 1996 and 1997 when over 2,000 Anchorage residents helped define the community values and create a new community vision, which is described in Chapter 3. There were prepared series of reports on current trends of issues and challenges. There were inventories of commercial and industrial land. There were inventories of existing residential land, open space. There were fiscal impact analyses. There were transportation models. And then in 1998, a diverse citizen task force of 250 citizens took part in 7 groups to help draft the goals for Anchorage 2020. The results of their efforts were presented in community meetings. Following their work, they were presented to the Planning and Zoning Commission and via the department, and then eventually were unanimously approved. Why do I bring all this up? Because that's a public process. And that's what's missing here. And so I come back to, what do we have before us? We have a rather unique experience. I'm a newcomer to the body, but we have sponsors who are members of the Assembly and they're friends. And it's a little weird for me to have elected members of the higher body before us, and I'm told that that's actually never been allowed before. And 3 of them are sponsors of a piece of their own legislation, and they're telling us that the department's not being responsive to them before us. And we have multiple legal opinions from our own staff telling us something, and then we have the sponsors handing us an attorney-drafted something, asking us to make a finding of fact to the contrary to our own legal opinion. I just want to leave that out there. We're an independent body. So there's a reason perhaps why that precedent was what it was. Thank you.
I do want to point out that we've made a few comp plan amendments in the last few months.
We have.
And none of that ever got read. So I just want to bring that up.
But this is
But I
very
would
significant.
also say that the Assembly members are here as a courtesy because the way codes get written in
Who's the
this
sponsor?
town is through the Anchorage Assembly, and they don't need to be here. I think they were urged to be here and came here as a courtesy for the public process. And the fact that they are the sponsors and they have the power to pass this with or without this hearing is partially why I'm in favor of moving it forward and giving it to them with the recommendations that this commission feels is appropriate, whatever those may be.
If I may be so bold, Mr. Chair, to be recognized. I appreciate that, and your wisdom as a builder and someone who has survived Title 21 is not lost on me. I spent 5 years working for another builder and through the Title 21 process and lived that trauma secondhand. And regardless of what another body may or may not do, this body has its own duty to do, and that is to ensure that we act according to our charge. So we can pass it. We can pass it with recommendations for amendments. We can hold it, and the Assembly may do whatever they wish, and they may pass it ultimately. But what they might or might not do, I don't think that should factor into our decision. Thank you.
So are you planning to support the motion?
I came here tonight undecided, and I think for me what made my decision a little easier is that I've yet to see where public opposition and our concerns have been addressed with changes. You yourself have even had questions at 10 o'clock at night. As a builder, is this ready for prime time? So I would say at this point I cannot support it. Thank you. But I wish I could.
Again, I just want to, I guess, clarify real quick that I don't think this is ready for prime time. I just think it's ready to move forward. Commissioner Eber.
I think that I have a lot of the same thoughts that Commissioner George has. So I'll keep it, I guess, kind of to a minimum, but I appreciate that the sponsors have come here, and I appreciate what they've brought forward. I think it's a good step. However, I have a lot of issues with the legislation, like Commissioner George has mentioned. I know a lot of the community councils don't agree with it. That speaks to a high accord to me. The right-of-way department didn't agree with it. I wouldn't even say agree with it. I think there's a lot of issues to be taken up with it. And the public wants more participation. So as sponsors, I think you should listen to what the public wants. I feel like as a body, we should listen to what the public wants and give them more time and discuss this further. I realize that it's an election year, and I've realized that some of the sponsors have said that they want this to pass because it's an election year, and I wholeheartedly disagree with that. And I'm going to leave it there.
Anybody else wishing to speak to the motion? Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. A lot has been said tonight by the sponsors, on the quick, ready to respond with what it is they want us to hear. A lot from members of the public, passionate from both sides. Thoroughly appreciate the work that staff has done on this case. Not often do we get blessed by legal as well. So obviously, I think we all understand the weight of what it is that we're doing. And given that weight, I don't have enough before me to move forward with approving the motion. There are a litany of items which I could speak to. I raised questions around public process and input and heard responses back, well, we did what we were required for 21 days notice. To me, that doesn't pass muster for the weight of the changes that we're being asked to push forward. I'll stop there, and if other questions, comments, concerns are raised, I might jump back in, but that's where I'm at currently. Thanks. Oh, actually, sorry, Mr. Chair. For the record, as a commissioner, as a member of this community, I am strongly supportive of taking appropriate measures to increase housing in ways that make sense for the people that need it and for our community as a whole. It could be that this home initiative is the way that we get there. I just don't think it's ready in its current form to do so. Thanks.
Commissioner Krishna.
Just to provide as an option, I think I will make a motion to postpone until the meeting of June 3rd. With the purpose of the commission providing findings that might allow for our staff and the sponsors to answer questions that have been raised.
Is there a second? I realize that it's not written up here anywhere, but if somebody wanted to second the motion, then we would just say that that has been seconded.
Does somebody need to withdraw the current motion?
No, we do not need to withdraw the motion to postpone. It's been seconded by Commissioner Strike. Please, Commissioner Krishna, your motion has partially been written. Can you restate that, please?
Sure. I move to postpone case 2024-0067 to the meeting of June 3rd for the purpose of the commission providing findings or questions that can be addressed before that time. I think just this is fine, just to the meeting of June 3rd.
Okay. Real quick, Mr. Yell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm just looking for clarification on the postponement and the findings of fact or the draft findings of fact to be discussed. Would those be determined in a work session that's supposed to occur between now and the 3rd, or how are those being drafted? And also, I would just encourage, I believe Assembly Member Zalatel said this earlier, just if you are to postpone, just be very clear on the reasons why, so that, what is the intended outcome and what type of product would you like to see at the next meeting? Because June 3rd is 2 weeks from now. So.
Commissioner Strike has requested.
Yes, seeking also clarity from the motion of postponement. Are we looking to recommend the department's recommendations as found on page 18 and 19 and adopt 1, 2, and 3?
Yeah, Commissioner Krishna.
Sure. I mean, I think my intention would just be that we didn't actually discuss any of the content of the comprehensive plan amendment. We didn't actually get to talk about any specific clauses or amendments or wording in here, and I imagine that commissioners will have specific sections that they'd like to hear about or have clarified or to potentially edit or so if I've put the motion on the table and it is open for the commission.
And I appreciate that. I'm just looking, I'm looking for advice too. Should the motion to approve, which is this postponement, follow the wording that we have on page 18 to address the department's recommendations for postponement in addressing items 1, 2, and 3 as identified in page 18 and 19?
That's not my intention. My reading of the department recommendation on pages 18 and 19 is that it would take far longer than 2 weeks to accomplish.
And while I understand that, I guess I would fall back on Commissioner George's comments that, you know, we're an independent body, and if it takes the time to do it right, then we take the time. Sorry, I think I paraphrased him. So if your postponement is not to adopt 1, 2, and 3 using the department's recommendations, I'm going to withdraw my second.
I think I tend to back what Commissioner Krishna said, that we'd like to edit and look at and go through specific parts of it, and then eventually, potentially, give our recommendation. I don't know if that's right.
Sure.
Sure. I think just to Commissioner Strike's point, I think we might have to make a motion to postpone to 2026 if we were to. So that's not my intention.
I guess the second was withdrawn, so the motion to postpone is now off the table? Is that? So we are back to the main motion. I will, excuse me. Motion to postpone by Commissioner Krishna, seconded by Commissioner Gardner. Anyone wishing to speak to this motion? I do not plan to support the motion because I know that if we move this forward tonight, this process starts over again with new public hearings at the Assembly. This body has passed items before for cases that I was involved with, and I did not agree with what this body passed. I went to the Assembly and lobbied the Assembly to change those items. I believe that that process, the ability to do that, allows for this public process to play out. The Assembly are the elected officials. We're a volunteer body, and I feel ready to push this to the next step. So I do not wish to bring it back. Seeing nobody else, we will call for the vote to postpone. The motion failed. Now we are back to the main motion. Is anyone wishing to speak to the main motion on the comprehensive plan? Commissioner Ron.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think I know your position on this. However, I'm going to put forward a new amendment, and it's a motion to postpone without the date certain of June 3rd. It's an element that I see opportunity in to provide space to address some of my concerns as a commissioner. So I would like to move to amend the motion such that this commission moves to postpone action on the public hearing draft comprehensive plan amendments in AO 2023-44 to allow the Assembly to revise the public hearing draft ordinance and bring the revised public hearing draft back before the PCC for a public hearing, including taking the following actions those being items 1 through 3 on pages 18 and 19 of the staff packet.
We're going to need a repeat on that.
Hopefully to make things easier, start with the word postpone action on page 18 through the end of that paragraph, and then incorporate department recommendations 1 through 3. If I worded it properly, that's my interpretation of what staff has recommended.
It sounds like a good motion. Is there a second? Can I get a verbal second on? Seconded by Commissioner Strike. Commissioner Ron, do you have anything further to add? Would you like to speak to the motion?
Not at this time, thanks.
Commissioner Strike, would you like to speak to the motion? Is that all you're going to say, is a head nod, an affirmative head nod?
No, I said I'm good, but no, this is effectively what was previously pushed forward except without the approval, because it took into considerations numbers 1, 2, and 3 that the staff had presented initially. That was part of the original motion. So this clarifies the recommendations that were put forth from the department. So I can get behind that.
Commissioner Krishna, are you wanting to speak to the motion?
I have a question for staff, which is that if we do postpone this to a that's not certain, will the Assembly's public hearing on June 25th still move forward? And they will still vote on this if they so choose?
Through the chair, I believe that's a question for the sponsors.
Thank you. Question through the chair. Yes, the recommendation from the Planning and Zoning Commission will be forwarded to the Assembly. Your motion to postpone or your action will be forwarded to the Assembly, and we will have that information. It is already scheduled for public hearing at the end of June.
Thank you.
Commissioner Gardner.
Can I add a comment? Can I also add a comment while I have the floor, which is just to say that in that case, I intend to vote no, just because I believe that we have an opportunity here to weigh in and provide recommendations, and I would choose to do that rather than to waive that right by taking this off our plate, rather than by trying to provide recommendations that this body can make.
Commissioner Gardner, I have Mr. Yell. Mr. Yell.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I just wanted to clarify, if the Planning and Zoning Commission postpones action tonight, there's no resolution to forward to the Assembly. It would simply be perhaps the department sending a memo to the Assembly saying you had postponed action, but there's no product that I can take to them and forward on for their consideration. So just a clarification that it's not really a recommendation because there's no decision.
Anyone else wishing to speak to the motion? All right, let's go ahead and call a vote. The motion passes. Alrighty, so we postponed the comprehensive plan. Now we get to move on to the home initiative, case 2024-0006. What is the will of the body? I have not Mr. Whitfield in the queue. Is that Mr. Lyon or? Anyone in the
We
queue?
have used logins to gain access to the computer, so.
Is anyone from staff wishing to speak right now?
I could just say, if the commission would so choose, I would emphasize if they could do a reconsideration and postpone, put a date certain on the postponement for the comprehensive plan amendment, should that be the desire of the commission.
Commissioner Ron.
If allowed by procedure, given that I was the commissioner that made the motion, I would welcome that opportunity to reconsider, given staff's request to do so. Just so long as I'm not the one picking a date on the calendar. What's that? So it's a motion for reconsideration.
Everyone will be voting. There is a motion to reconsider, moved by Commissioner Ron, seconded by Commissioner Strike. Everyone will be voting, and a yes vote reconsiders the previous motion. No is the motion to postpone stand. Is there anyone wishing to speak to the reconsideration motion? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. Motion passes. Now what? What is the will of the body? I believe we are at the main motion, and the previous motion to approve the comprehensive plan. And we can amend.
Point of order, Mr. Chair.
Postpone differently? Yes, Mr. Yell.
Yeah, the motion, not reconsideration of the full case, it's reconsideration of the previous motion, which was to postpone.
Yeah, so now we're sitting back at the main motion, correct? With the initial motion to approve.
There was a motion to reconsider that motion, so now you're back at that motion. So you could amend it. Yeah.
Oh, we are back at the postponement
Correct.
Motion. Okay. I need some help here.
Mr. Chair, if I could ask for some input from staff and the sponsors petitioners about the date in question.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. We would just prefer that it be a date certain so that we have a clear expectation of when things, and so the sponsors have a clear expectation as well as to when things need to be provided back to the commission. So I don't know that we necessarily have a preference on a specific date, but having a date certain would certainly help and clarify things.
Thank you. Yes, I agree. A date certain, which gives us, something we need to work toward. I would say with the public hearing set at the assembly at June, I would pick the 10th of June. Either the planning department and the sponsors can get together and effectuate the will of your postponement and find a meeting of the minds, or they cannot. And we can report that back on the 10th of June.
Anybody else wishing to speak to the motion to postpone?
So I don't know, I guess procedurally, I don't know if we're at a spot where it would be an amendment to put a date on it. I guess looking for input from, yeah, okay, in that case, I'll move to amend the motion. I guess before I get there, one of the concerns I have with the motion is that I'm not sure what the process is that's contemplated in the first paragraph of item 1 there. Exactly, it's not entirely clear to me, but I guess setting that aside, I'll move to put a date certain of June 10th, 2024 to receive a response that includes the specific items requested in the main motion.
Is that amendment accepted?
I think we'd be looking for a second.
Or is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Pullis.
I just have a question.
Just second it.
Oh, no.
Please, and then we can discuss it. Okay, then I guess open questions. We have a motion hanging out with no second.
My question is, what are we going to get out of this postponement? What's coming at the end? Like, they can't write the comprehensive plan and the rezone process and improve Title 21 in the next 3 weeks. So I'm not exactly sure what we're doing. My understanding is that if we approve this thing as it's situated, it basically tells them that they have to redo the comprehensive plan and carry out a rezoning process and a Title 21 text amendment, which is what everybody's asking us to do. So I'm confused with the postponement question.
I'll speak to the reason I'm not in favor of postponing is I do not plan to, I've actually thought about writing out a bunch of stuff, but I don't even have a process where I could bring that to the commission. So that's why I am in favor of not postponing, approving this thing, letting the assembly have their public hearing and following the process as they see fit. I don't know what would happen in the next 2 weeks. Anybody else wishing to speak? Commissioner Gardner.
Yeah, just briefly. I think I similarly didn't initially really see a whole lot of benefit to postponing. We have a motion on the table amended to have a date certain, which is, I guess that motion hasn't even been seconded, so that's not even pending. Oh, did you second it? Was it seconded? Okay, so my sense is what I would be interested if we are going to postpone it. I think June 10th does still give us an opportunity to get some additional feedback and then provide specific findings that could be contemplated and considered at the Assembly's meeting later in June. And I could see value in having an opportunity because there were some pending items that were, at least in the staff report, that were flagged as still needing to be included. And I personally would be interested in seeing how the Assembly, in further discussions with the Planning Department, how they settle on that and what presentation can be made as to what efforts have been made to resolve that. And then we could look at those those perspectives and, give a recommendation one way or the other. That's what I would be interested in seeing as a result of the postponement.
I think you might have swayed my support. Commissioner George.
Thank you, through the chair. I think I need a little bit of clarification. I think I'm at a point where I could use the collective wisdom of the body and the staff and maybe even the sponsors here. Because I want to see something done out of all this. I think we've got to make progress. We've got to do something. And so I'm looking at the department recommendation page on page 18, and we've got to make a motion, right? And what we had before us before that we had adopted and rescinded was to postpone indefinitely, which is basically what the recommendation is, to postpone, allow the assembly to bring it back for us, and then to do this process. So if we're moving to approve at some point, are we just approving the ordinance? Or, I mean, how do we adopt the department's recommendations without postponing to a date not certain? And maybe that's a question for the department, because we were there a few minutes ago.
Well, I will say that the original motion was the department's recommendation, then it got questioned, and then it just became a motion to approve the comp plan amendment. And that's where we muddled around from there. Now that we have the motion to postpone to a date, the idea, like Commissioner Gardner said, was that we could put some thoughtful findings out and move something prior to the Assembly's public hearing on the 25th. Staff or anyone else wanting to add to that?
Mr. Chair, I just think the recommendations that we have on page 18 and 19, I mean, they certainly are going to take much longer than 2 weeks. So, I mean, if there's an expectation that these conditions are going to be accomplished in 2 weeks, I mean, that's just not going to happen. But, the commission could make a decision or issue a recommendation based upon staff's recommendation and just have the understanding that those will be accomplished at a later date by either the sponsors of the ordinance or by the assembly as a whole. That could be one option.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and just say my interpretation of staff recommendations are, hey guys, this is a 6-year process, slow your roll. And that is what I'm willing to move forward without following staff recommendations. Ms. Zaltel.
So one of the reasons I went and talked to Mr. Yell about a date certain is it puts us back in a room together to see where there are points that we can't on, and we may narrow down the points where we disagree on. If it is that we have a greater meeting of the minds around the comp plan amendment language, perhaps, maybe the process is still a point of contention, but you will then know that. We have not had that opportunity in this process to sit back down and have this conversation since this staff report came out on the comp plan amendments. Or the land use plan amendments. And so the idea there was to possibly refine where we land with the meeting of the minds, which might help you make clearer recommendations. There likely won't be a full resolution, particularly likely around process, but as to the actual comp plan amendments and the land use plan amendments, suggested there could likely be movement.
Is staff in the queue, or was that old?
Yes, I actually put myself in the queue under Dave Whitfield's name since I don't have an OnBase login. I just wanted to, returning to the code and your advisory role to provide comments and recommendations to the sponsors, I think my sense is whether you do it tonight or June 3rd or 10th, the most useful thing for this body to do is to provide those comments and recommendations to the sponsors.
Thank you. Commissioner Strike.
Yeah, and just to clarify, what we have voted on thus far without a date certain is the staff's recommendations that would go, and this body is voting on how we will address this and send this message to the Assembly. And the Assembly will see that it passed, and they will see it was 5-4. This gives them information. This gives them the concerns that were raised and identified by this independent body, that we see some work that still needs to be done and so forth. But again, it's a recommendation to the Assembly who will make the ultimate decision. But from us, we've collectively given our input for them to take it or ignore it. Once it leaves this body, we're done. And I think collectively on a 5-4 vote, as I recall, without a date certain, we've said there's some issues out there. There's some concerns. And I think the 5-4 also conveys to the Assembly that it's a concern that this home initiative is real and that this body is not rejecting it, but that we want to take, and I'm not saying that we're going to pause it, but we want to do it right. We want the public involvement. That's number one that the staff recommendations made. Again, we pass it here tonight, doesn't mean it's going to happen. The Assembly still has to act. But what is this body telling the Assembly? What are we trying to convey? What we're conveying to them on a 5-4 vote is we're not all in agreement. We all have different angst about this initiative. We've never been in this position before. So I don't have a problem submitting this to the Assembly on a 5-4 vote because they're going to have all that information. And they're going to see the dilemma. The final decision rests with them.
I just want to remind everybody that we're voting on the comp plan amendment, not the home initiative. We still have the home initiative to deal with. Seeing no one else in the queue, let's go ahead on vote. The computers might not be working that well. The motion is to postpone to June 10th. The motion to amend to postpone to June 10th. The motion passes. Okay, so the motion to amend the motion to postpone to be June 10th passed, and now we will be looking for findings on that motion to postpone to June 10th. We broke the screen. Okay, the motion is on the screen. Postpone to June 3rd as amended to postpone to June 10th. Anybody want to speak to the motion? Commissioner Gardner, you're in the queue.
Yes, thank you. Just briefly, I would be interested, I think Commissioner, or not Commissioner, I'm sorry, sponsored and Assembly Person Zalatel spoke about a desire to kind of get in the room with Planning Department. I would be interested to see, to have an opportunity for them to discuss the Planning Department's comments on the proposed amendment here. And through the lens, I think in particular, I think these can be relatively targeted amendments to enable the implementation of the home initiative. I'd be curious to see kind of what comes from that through that lens, and any points of disagreement that remain. I'd be interested to understand kind of the views of both the sponsors and the Planning Department so that we can evaluate and provide specific recommendations when we hear this case on June 10th.
Commissioner Krishna.
Sure. I'd like to see a distinction made between the comprehensive plan amendments that are specifically needed for the home ordinance and the other ones that are added for perhaps other reasons, so that we can better parse at this June 10th meeting which ones are changeable and which ones are more general vision statement amendments and things like that. And then in general, I'd like to see language provided to us for any amendments that staff or the sponsors would like to suggest that is written out that we can work from, because it's very hard for us to draft substantial amendments up here at a meeting. Thank you.
Commissioner Roth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to see input from staff and documentation that, not documentation, but confirmation that staff and the sponsors have worked together in discussing and coming up with implementation steps or other tools necessary to address recommendations 1 through 3. So if what we hear on June 10th still has conflict, then how might those recommendations be used to reduce future conflict if not all issues can be resolved by June 10th?
And I would like to see the sponsors and staff get in the room and mend some of this lack of trust. Staff, we're going to need to put some effort into that relationship. I'm not afraid. They can fire me if they want. Seeing no one in the queue, we'll call for the vote. Motion passes. Well, we dealt with one case. Now we are on to 2024-0006. What is the will of the body?
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair,
Yes.
I believe you can just make the same motion if the commission would like to postpone to June 10th. That's a suggestion.
Okay, we have a nice and simple motion on the table. Moved by Commissioner Ron. Is there a second? Seconded by Commissioner Krishna. Commissioner Ron, would you like to speak to the motion?
I intend to support the motion. I believe that it brings in line the opportunity for staff and sponsors to work the text amendments, the home initiative, the comp plan amendments all at the same time. Understanding that this case was postponed absent the comp plan amendments that we have now heard for the first time.
Commissioner George.
Just a point of clarification, I think the motion said that this was a comp amendment. Just to clarify, this is the text amendment that we're currently postponing.
Exactly. Commissioner Krishna, you want to speak to the motion?
Sure, I intend to support this motion, just in terms of what I'd like to see on June 10th or before is that list of potential amendments that one of the sponsors had, preferably written out so that we're easily able to read them and to introduce them at that meeting. And I believe there were some other amendments being contemplated that we might also want to get in writing, but I will let other commissioners state those.
Commissioner Gardner.
Thank you. I just wanted to put on the record, and this may be included already in the list of amendments that Commissioner Krishna referred to, but I am interested in seeing what options there may be to addressing the concern that I raised earlier about the ability to, I guess, the by right commercial use without any requirement for residential, and what that looks like in ways to address that concern.
Commissioner Krishna.
Yeah, I want to speak to that. I guess I have a specific request to understand the amount of land in the municipality in which that's currently allowed under R3A and R4A, and how much this would increase that. And yes, to support what Commissioner Gardner just said, a department recommendation maybe for an amendment we could consider that would address the department's concerns about that.
Anybody else wishing to speak? Seeing none, we'll call for the vote. Motion passes. So come on back June 10th. Is there a motion to adjourn?